getting the video to your screen? Say welcome. Hey guys, are you getting the stream?
Is it good if I take my mask off?
Can we double check?
Awesome. I have one shot and I'm waiting to get my second.
I wanna be me, know me, you haven't seen me. Watch me be reborn in springtime. I'm alright, I'm just fine. Don't let me go back to the water as it floods. I might go under, don't you know? You write for me, I'm your muse. Paint me talentlessly, I'm amused. Color me in shades of blue. Rainbow my figure till I'm all that is left of you.
Yeah, it feels like we could use a sandbag or two on the stands.
I love your mask. Very sparkly.
Because when he just moved the president, it was just swinging the arm.
Almost no leverage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think Terry still had a shot there.
And Jessica Bowers, I'll hand these back to you. And-
You're 1, 2, 3 on the table next to you.
Okay. All right, I'll send you the restroom break. stage, is that right? Holly Lee?
But I'm not in the view. Oh,
Allison's on the stage.
maybe I need a little headset.
You write for me, I'm your muse. Paint me talentlessly, I'm amused. Color me in shades of blue. Remold my figure till I'm all that is left of you. I am done looking at the city lights, wondering when I see them in the real life. I'm your love, but I don't wanna be anymore. Ask anyone, I'm not really your forever girl. You leave me be. I'm confused. What happened to all the time I spent with you? Light me up, I'm a fuse, and every time I try to talk, you turn up the news. I am done looking at the city lights, wondering when I see them in the real life. I'm your love, but I don't wanna be anymore. Ask anyone, I'm not really your forever girl. Pearl hate at me, bruised tattoos. When you apologize, it's just an excuse to color me in purples too. Remold my figure till I'm broken from abuse. I am done looking at the city lights, wondering when I see them in the real life. I'm your love, but I don't wanna be anymore. Ask anyone, I'm not really your forever girl. I'll take a train, I'll get away from you. It takes some skill, but I know how to disappear. So I'm gone, I'm underneath the city lights, wondering what you're doing with your stupid life. When you die, I won't have to worry anymore, that I might somehow still be your forever girl, forever girl.
To the first ever annual Covenant House Alaska Telethon. We are so happy that you could join us. We are live here at the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, and we have a really great lineup for you, being kicked off by Girdwood's very own Ava Earle. We gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been stewards of this great land, and it is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, the innovations, and the contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. So we have a great lineup, as I said. we have entertainers, we have thought leaders, we have politicians, leaders, nonprofit leaders, messages from former youth, and just a really, really packed program. And we need you to give. This is a telethon. We are raising money for programs and services delivered to Alaska's youth experiencing homelessness. And how do you do that? There's a number on your screen. It'll remain there this afternoon. It is 907-339-4230. I have said that number 1,000 times in my head over the last week, and I'm going to say it about 200 times today. If you don't have time to make a call, we know you have time to enter a very, very, very easy to remember website address, which is coveycares.org. You can go there, make a secure donation. You can call one of our volunteers at our phone bank, have a conversation, tell them why you want to help. And for now, we are going to listen to one more song by Girdwood's Ava Earle titled Springtime.
I wanna be free, I wanna be me. Let me be reborn in springtime. I'm alright, I'm just fine. You think you know me, you haven't seen me. Watch me be reborn in springtime. I'm alright, I'll be just fine. Don't let me go back to the water as it floods. I might go under, don't you know? Don't follow. I wanna be seen, I wanna believe that I can be reborn in springtime. I'm alright, just fine. You listen to me talk about things, but just wait till I'm reborn in springtime. I'm alright, I'll be just fine. Don't let me go back to the water as it floods. I might go under, don't you know? Don't follow. Just as pretty as the bite, the bright sting of the springtime. There's no need to fight, it's useless if it's your time. But don't let me go back to the water as it floods. I might go under, don't you know? Don't follow.
Bravo.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, Ava.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you.
You as well.
I was just in Girdwood on Sunday, and you were doing some performing at the Alyeska Prince,
Oh, nice. Yes.
a Mother's Day thing, I think.
Yes. Correct.
Very cool. So, Ava, you've done some work for Covenant House, volunteer work a couple of different times, and you do these types of things for other nonprofits. And I just want to hear from your perspective why it's important for everyone in the community to give back where in any way that you can.
Yeah. So for me, I feel like, I'm 18 now. I turned 18 in January, but for a long time, and still a little bit, I've felt like a little unempowered as a youth. And I think that a lot of my peers feel that way. They feel like they can't make a difference, that adults don't listen to them. And so when I am given opportunities through music and through other means to make an impact in my community, I feel like it's important to do that, to make an impact, and also to show other youth that it is a possibility that you can, that you are listened to as a young person, and that you can make a positive change in the community.
And and that's really what we want for all of our youth in our community, to feel like they have a voice and that they are being heard, and also that they can shine. And it doesn't look the same for every one of them. And as I think you're fully aware, the young people that we work with have been told a lot, that they aren't important and that they aren't worth the people's time and their lives. So you showing up here does show our young people that they can do anything. So thank you again. I know you have a music release on July 23rd. Everyone watch for that. And this telethon, like other events that we host, wouldn't be possible without partners and sponsors. And we want to actually show you a little reel of our Cornerstone sponsors and some statements that they've made about why they give to Covenant House Alaska. Good to see you. I didn't mention your parents because you're now 18.
True. Yeah, it's crazy.
But I want you to know I have a tendency to want to mention them because I'm friends.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
But no, you're a full-on grown-up adult, and congratulations on Northwestern.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Holly Lee, do I use this mic on my body, or do I use the... And we're back at the Discovery stage, and I am really thankful for our Cornerstone sponsors. We couldn't do it without you. And I'm here now with a face that most of you should recognize. She is the CEO and Executive Director of Covenant House Alaska. She has been with the organization for 24 years. She truly eats and breathes the mission, and it's Allison Kerr. Hello, Allison.
Hey, Joe, I'm so excited to be here. It only took 24 years for me to be here to get a telethon. So here we go. We're ready.
We're checking off bucket list items today.
Yep.
And we have a really great lineup, right? What are you most excited about?
I enjoy talking with April, former young people, talking with them, as well as we just have some great thought leaders that are coming today. And I know that there are going to be some great calls that are made with people caring about our young people. And I'm just excited that we've been able to pull off this virtual event.
Yes, and you know what? And really, it's been the virtual environment, I think, that has lent to our opportunity to gather so many important voices in one place.
Right.
We have Alaska Native Corporation leaders, we have U.S. senators, we have the governor. If you're tuned in now, you should really let people in your world know that this is the one-stop shopping for how our community and state at large feel about the work that we're doing around youth homelessness. But first, what we're going to do is watch a little interview that you did with Dr. April Hunziger. I've been saying it Hunziger for quite a while, so I just had the shift today, but it's Hunziger. And she's a former Covenant House youth, and now she is a medical doctor.
Right, she's a psychiatrist practicing outside of Washington, and I had a lovely conversation with her.
Yeah, that's awesome. And how long ago was she here, Allison?
So we're dating myself. She told me she was here 19 years ago. And her son has graduated from college. She's a psychiatrist. I felt very old, but very fortunate to have walked alongside her in her life journey. She's an amazing young person.
Wonderful. And that reminds me, I want to also just do a little plug for the technology that we're using, which is YouTube live stream. And we have somebody manning the chat. And so if you see something that moves you and you want to send a little encouraging comment to our youth or our staff, send it in the chat, okay? And I think now we're going to run that interview, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
My name is Allison Kerr, and I'm the Executive Director of Covenant House in Alaska.
And we're moving.
And I have the privilege to talking to April today. How are you doing, April?
Good, thank you. I'm April Hunziker down here in Seattle. Nice to see you, Allison.
I know, right? There's some positives of Zoom. So we get the opportunity to tell you guys a little bit about how we met. While I've been with Covenant House for 24 years, the best part of meeting April was when she reached out to us to say, hey, I just want to let you guys know that I'm doing well. So April, if you want to help tell the story about how you and I personally met, but how you've had an experience with Covenant House Alaska.
Yeah, I got to meet you, I believe it when I went up for the fire and ice ball.
Yeah, it was.
Which was quite surprising. So I got to go up and speak for you guys, which is probably one of the things I'm most proud of in my life. And got to meet you, and you guys treated me very well, got me all fancy for the ball and everything. Awesome.
Yep. Well, we all feel like a little Cinderella, and it's the irony that we're here talking today, and we're doing another type of event like this, right? It's just a virtual event, but. So April, can you tell us a little bit about what brought you to Covenant House Alaska?
Yeah, I came to Covenant House when I was just 12 years old. I came from a home with a long history of abuse in the family. At that time, I was dealing with my second abusive stepfather, and there wasn't enough food at home, and I could not take it being there anymore. So at that point, I felt safer being out of our house, but I wasn't old enough to take care of myself. And I would be hurt if I didn't find somewhere safe to go.
So April, do you remember when you first walked through our doors?
Yeah, I still remember the welcome I got when I arrived at Covenant House. There was a kind person who let me sit down and asked me what I needed. They assured me I was safe. I remember they did not question me about why I didn't have a home. They didn't assume that I had done something wrong or that I had been a bad kid to end up at Covenant House. That meant a lot to me. They took me to my room, which actually had a comfortable bed and was clean, and let me put my things in my own closet. I have to say I was shocked that they had a closet in the room. I also had a view of downtown Park and of the Performing Arts Center. So they made sure all my basic needs were met that night, including food. Got me food right away, even with it not being meal time. I got introduced to all the staff so I wouldn't be scared, and again was reassured I was safe. They did that several times. I got introduced to other kids that night also who helped me get settled in, and I remember that made me feel that I was not alone there. As I returned to Covenant House in the future, they also always tried to put me in that same room.
The room with the view.
Mm-hmm.
So April, can you remember back then and tell us a little bit about what your dreams were when you came to Covenant House Alaska?
Yeah, when I came to Covenant House Alaska, my dreams were very basic. I wanted to go to school. I wanted to have clean clothes to wear. I wanted to be able to eat when I was hungry. I wanted to live somewhere with plumbing. I hadn't been out of my house very long and was already being victimized also, and needed a safe space to try to make it out of the other side.
So wow, thinking of your dreams, can you also just share a little bit more about your challenging times the early days when you came to Covenant House Alaska?
Mm-hmm. After being at Covenant House for a while, I went on to have my son when I was 15 years old. During his first year, we lived in 10 different places. Our constant during that time was our regular visits to the Covenant House Outreach Center in downtown Anchorage. And at the Outreach Center, we received food. I got parenting tips. He got preschool. I got academic support. At that time, I was doing independent study. That was definitely one of the most trying years of my life. I had a lot of challenges and a lot of hopelessness during that year, and I honestly don't know if I would have made it through alive if it wasn't for stability and unconditional love that Covenant House provided. I truly felt that they believed I could do great things, and I couldn't see that yet.
So, April, your resiliency is so amazing to me and very inspiring.
Thanks, Allison. I had no idea what I wanted to do when I was at Covenant House, but I was stubborn. After I had my son, people started telling me I had to get a GED and I couldn't go to college. I was shocked by those statements and determined to still live the best life I could. Covenant House, as I said, had academic help available. They had staff from a program that supported learning for homeless youth. I remember there was a counselor who told me that while my son was getting preschool services, they would appreciate it if I could help tutor the other teenagers. That made me feel useful during what was one of the periods I was feeling the worst about myself. I got to sit at the table and plan with staff, discussing strategies. I saw the tutoring I provided pay off for those I was helping. They were smiling and getting better grades. I got to watch them start to feel better about themselves. I started feeling useful, more confident, and started to think of a future where I had a job I loved and I could provide the support to my son that I wanted to.
So it sounds like the tutoring experience was a real turning point for you.
Yes, it really empowered me. It led to a high school diploma and well over a decade of college. I followed my heart the whole way through college. If I had the aptitude for something and I thought I would be happy doing it long term, that's the direction I went in.
Were there other people that helped you along in your journey?
Yeah, I have 2 older sisters, one of whom was a huge influence in my life. She was also on the streets as a teen and ended up being a doctor. When I was in college and medical school, she was the person who guided me with financial aid, strategies for success, and pretty much all major planning. I first did half an obstetrics and gynecology residency, but I didn't feel I was able to have long-term impacts on my patients' lives. I was fortunate to be able to change to psychiatry in Seattle, which is my new home. In my current role, I believe I am able to impact my patients' lives long-term.
It's so amazing that you've taken your life experiences and are now using it to impact the lives of so many other people. Could you tell me a little bit about how the pandemic has affected your work?
Yeah, like many of us, balancing work and supporting my daughter with online learning and limited childcare has been particularly challenging. At work, we are seeing an increase of volume in our patients with mental health crises. Myself and my colleagues have been personally stressed for our well-being and our families due to having to work in the hospital still. My door is always open. I'll keep going. And I do feel blessed to be able to be on the front lines during this time when so many people are feeling stress and trauma.
Wow, April, you're doing truly heroic work. And I'm sure you're having to balance the stress of challenging job and family. So can you tell me a little bit about your children? And oh my gosh, how old are they now?
My son Casey is now 26 years old. He lives about an hour away and tries to come visit me at least every other weekend, and he'll usually stay for the weekend. We went through so much together, and I'm happy to say he's a grateful, giving person at the end of it. Our bond is tremendous. I was able to support my son when he needed it, as he was become a stable young adult, and I can send my son to college. My daughter is now 9 years old. She had less time with me when I was in medical school and residency, but she gets the benefits of the hard work earlier in life. We have a home, which is still shocking to me, and she's only 9. She may be able to live in the same home until she's an adult and moves out. This blows my mind. She has a tutor, does other sports, might start karate soon. She never has to worry about clean clothes, food, or safe in our home. Ruby wants to go to college be a doctor like mommy, but she might be an animal doctor. We also have a very special relationship, and right now she thinks she wants me to move with her when she goes to college, which I expect to change. I think what I've gone through and being open with it about my children and them watching me succeed has provided invaluable lessons for them. They're both loving and dedicated to serving others, knowing that we were served and helped by Covenant House.
April, I cannot tell you how much I've enjoyed reconnecting with you. You really are an inspiration, and I'm sure to everyone who knows you and listens to your amazing story. Thank you so much for who you are, for your passion to help others, and for being such a special part of the Covenant House family.
Thank you, Allison. I will never forget how you and everyone at Covenant House were there for me when I needed you the most. I'm grateful to be a part of the Covenant House family that all these years later is still empowering young people to reach for their dreams.
Yep. Hi, guys. We're back. We're actually in the lobby of the Discovery Theater. And Allison, that interview with Dr. April was really inspirational. We're at our phone bank. It wouldn't be a telethon if we didn't have a bank of volunteers answering your calls. And as you can see down the line, people are absolutely calling in. And so we want to say thank you so much for that. And what we want to do is actually just introduce. Now, if they're on the phone, we can't really talk to them, but Allison is going to start down at one end. She's going to tell us who's there.
Well, this is Kurt, but we don't want to interrupt him because he is taking a phone call right now. It's beautiful. The phones are ringing. Thank you.
Yeah, Kate Sliker, who is a board member and has been a volunteer since she was 16 years old, is answering calls. And you can see the pledges sort of, stacking up in front of her. So you know what, Anchorage and Alaska, it's working.
Yep.
You can actually host a telethon during a pandemic and in the year 2021. So we really appreciate it. We also have she works with us at Alaska in our finance office. And we also have Greg Gallagher on the end, and Greg is our major gifts and plan giving officer at Covenant House Alaska. Yep. The most important people here today, though, are you.
Okay, great. And then what amount are you interested in pledging today?
And that is because you're watching, you're listening, and you're calling.
$25?
What matters, what we're doing is
Awesome.
important. What we really need you to do
Are you comfortable
is
with
actually
us sharing
copy
your
the
name,
link to
as
our
part of the
YouTube
telethon
channel
today?
and text it to your friends.
Awesome.
Email it to your
Thank
friends.
you.
And just tell them to just hop on. They don't have to stay all day.
Or any, thing you could share
They don't have to stay all day. We just want them to stop by and see some, conversations with some of the people that are doing the work.
Yeah, Joe, also we have Lisa Rieger
That's right.
over here that is helping keep us organized. She's also on the board of directors.
awesome. Well,
So thank you for volunteering as well.
You will be getting
And so what we want to do next, and we'll just see if we can catch Kate. Otherwise, maybe we'll just pick up a couple of these pledges, Allison, and let's just read a couple out loud.
you.
Okay, Kate. Hi. Good to see you. I just introduced you, and there goes your phone.
Someone else can answer that one if you want.
Okay. Yeah. Kurt can answer that one.
Look at Kurt.
We just want to hear about a couple of the people that have called in, Kate.
You know what? Look at this. We've had so many people call in already. We have Carrie O'Neill from LA who has called in.
Wow.
We have Tana Maestral. She's been watching on YouTube, and she said it's pulling on her heartstrings. She was tearing up. She had to kind of take a break before she could call in, so thank you, Tana. Jennifer Payne said, such a good cause. Couldn't not call and say thank you for what Covenant House Alaska is doing. Alana Brorson saw it on social media, and she said, keep those Alaska kids full of hope. So, you guys, this has been really phenomenal, really phenomenal.
Answer that phone, Kate.
Okay.
And thank you, Kate. And, so we really didn't know how this was going to be pulled off, right? I mean, it is a pandemic. And we have a big show for you guys after our telethon called the Night of Covenant House Stars. The link to the multiple platforms for the Night of Covenant House Stars is in the chat on YouTube. And that is a national level Covenant House event with all sorts of superstars like Dolly Parton and John Bon Jovi and Stephen Colbert. So lots of Broadway performers, lots of nighttime
Joe, and
television hosts.
actually I heard our very own Jewel from Alaska.
Yes, and our very own Jewel from Homer, Alaska is also going to be featured on the Night of Covenant House Stars. And so we want you to know two things. One, you can go to coveycares.org to donate. You can go there to register for the Night of Covenant House Stars, and any donation that you give today through the telethon, through CoveyCares.org, or through Covenant House Night of Covenant House Stars stays in Alaska. All right, we have a very special guest.
Okay,
coming
my
to
favorite.
you live from the Discovery Theater is Marilyn
Romano.
Marilyn Romano. I've said that name 500 times. And she is the Regional Vice President of Alaska Airlines, and she's here with a special announcement.
Thanks, Joe, and hello to my friend Allison.
It's so
great
good to
to
see
be
you.
here. It's kind of convenient. I was able to come on this beautiful sunny day to downtown Anchorage and give my donation before I get back in the car. That way I'm sure that I did it. But thanks for inviting me. I just want to say that we have something kind of fun for starting right now. Anyone that, the first 100 people that give a minimum, and you can give much more, but a minimum of $100, call in. I think you can do it online. The first 100 people, we're going to put you in a drawing to win 2 Alaska Airlines tickets anywhere
Wow.
Alaska Airlines flies.
Wow.
We're ready to take you safely. I'm sure that Alaskans are ready to travel, and we're ready to take you safely wherever you want to go. You pick, and I will just put in a plug that starting at the end of this month, we'll start booking for our new destination, Belize.
Oh, wow.
So
Wow.
just putting that in there, and that
Wow.
does
That's
include
included,
Belize.
Marilyn?
Yeah, that is included, and those flights
Wow.
begin in November. So just wanted to put that in there as you're thinking about maybe some already past summer, stay in Alaska, and then hit the road in the fall. So
Wow.
thanks so much for having me here.
Oh, yeah. And, Alaska Airlines has been so supportive of Covenant House through the years, and even through this pandemic. Now they've come, and they're virtually loving us. And we want to thank you, thank your whole team. They're amazing.
I thank all of you. I thank all of you, what you do every day to keep young people in our community safe and give them a pathway to end homelessness and to jobs and careers. So,
Okay.
thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. I think I need this because I have 2 different mics going. But we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you, volunteers. And now we're going to go to a little pre-recorded song by Kat and the Supersaturated Sugar Strings or The Force That Never Sleeps.
There you
And
go.
she's going to play a song, and it's called Sugar or Salt. And thank you, guys. We'll see you soon.
Hi friends, my name is Kat Moore and I'm the forest that never sleeps. I'm coming at you from outside of Hope, Alaska in support of Covenant House, Alaska, because every youth needs a little bit of extra hope. Is it sugar or is it salt? Either way, it ain't your fault. Days go by and I wonder when I could see your face again. Yes, I could see your face again. Now I play this old guitar. Someone bashed in your old car. Plastic sheet over the rear. Tell me, why do we live in a world of fear? Why do we live in a world of fear? Time's been hard. Time's been hard on everyone. But we keep hanging on. We keep hanging on. We keep hanging on to sing our song. Well, some say life is bittersweet. Sometimes lemons are what we eat. But I know I'll make it through. long as I share my table with you. As long as I share my table with you. So may your dreams be good when your days are not. May we wake up thankful for what we got. We may not have everything, but we've got each other and we can sing. Yes, we've got each other and we can sing. Time goes by, blink of an eye, and then it's gone. But we keep hanging on. We keep hanging on. We keep hanging on to sing our song. We keep hanging on to sing our song. Keep raising your voices for all of our youth to give them a hopeful and bright future that they deserve.
Welcome back to Covenant House Alaska's first ever annual telethon. You know, we're gonna keep that title. We're gonna call it the second ever annual telethon and the third and so on, because I just think it rolls right off of my tongue. So welcome back. Don't know if you heard me the first time to Covenant House Alaska's first ever annual telethon. Kat Moore is really special. We did a fundraiser with her in her studio a couple of months ago and had about an hour and a half conversation about the work that we do and the youth that we serve, and it was really special. So we want to make sure that we thank our presenting sponsors today. Lots of sponsors, cornerstone sponsors, presenting sponsors, in-kind donors. And today, Chugach Alaska Corporation, Linden, and Davis are our presenting sponsors. We have one of our cornerstone sponsors here with us today, and Alex Hofling is, and I have to read it, I apologize. He's the Vice President and Alaska General Manager from Tote Maritime. And beyond that, he's also very much a friend to Covenant House Alaska.
Thanks for having me.
Hi, Alex.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, we're super excited. And in fact, Alex moved to Alaska with his family for this job about 2 years?
It's been about 2 years, yes.
And immediately reached out to us to say, you are important to Tote, so you are important to me, and I want to see how I can help. And so what have you been doing with Covenant House?
So I've done the executive sleep out a couple times, which has been great. And then also I'm a mentor, which has been challenging given the COVID years.
Right.
So.
And you know, and the thing is, what we have recognized, one of the things that we've sort of discovered through the lens of a pandemic, is just how difficult our youth sort of have things every single day. So food insecurity, housing insecurity, job insecurity are things that we as everyday Americans have been experiencing, and it's just a tiny little walk in the shoes of many of our youth.
Yeah, and many of our youth actually lost their jobs at the beginning and then became first responders by working at grocery stores. They've been filling all the shelves that Tote brings all the food up, and so they have really stepped up, and I'm very proud of them.
So thanks for coming, Alex, and we don't want to spend any more time, kind of wasting any more energy on all the chit chat, because you're here to tell us something really big.
Yeah, so we're Totes very excited to announce that for today, we're going to match dollar for dollar up to $50,000. So we're
What?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
right.
gosh.
All day today, dollar for dollar up to
So-
$50,000. So we're really excited about that, and it's great to be able to amplify the giving. And you guys do such a great job supporting the youth, and so we're happy to be a part of it.
Well, thanks, Alex. So we don't necessarily know what all is going to happen today. We don't know exactly what's going to happen at the phone bank. We have a couple of guests who are here to say some things about their support, but nothing we are going to hear today is going to match the match announcement. So you heard it, folks. Dollar for dollar, up to $50,000 over the next almost 4 hours. And of course, with CoveyCares.org, you can donate probably through the end of the day today, and it'll be matched up to $50,000.
Call the phones. I'll be taking phones here in about an hour, so
That's right.
I'll look forward to taking the donations.
So Alex will be on the phones along with his peer, and I suppose she's technically your boss.
She's
Grace
my boss,
Green.
yeah, Grace Green, our president. So
She's our board member.
And she's a board
amazing.
member. She's very active in the community.
Yeah.
She's very active with you guys. And frankly, I've been kind of just following her lead in the involvement with Covenant House.
Well, once again, thank you, Alex, and we look forward to seeing you up there on the phone banks. And make sure that every time you answer the phone, you tell those people to remember it's
Do we get
dollar
a
for dollar
bell?
match.
Do we get a bell?
You know what?
You know
We
what?
need to get a bell.
We'll get a bell. Anybody who donates over $1,000, you're going to get a bell ring.
All right.
Ding.
Okay, I think we have to wrap it up.
Thank you.
And we are moving on to some pre-recorded messages from our board members.
All right.
I have volunteered with Covenant House Alaska since I was 16. I first started because other kids I grew up with were getting help there, and it seemed like a good place to go and spend my time. One of the things that I've come to learn is that a lot of these kids have grown up without anyone who has their back, and I want them to know that, in fact, there are a lot of people here in Alaska who do have their back. I was dropping off some food and drinks a little bit before holiday time for youth there, and I was with my younger son. And one of the residents at Covenant House came out to come help bring things in, and he started talking with my kid. And it was just a really lovely moment. And when we left, my kid kind of scrambled back to the car, and the youth who was staying there stopped me and had tears in his eyes and said, "My brother is the same age as your son. Thank you so much. I feel like I just got to spend a little bit of the holidays with my own brother, which I can't do right now." And that kind of connection was just really beautiful. You know, if I was going to say to a business person why you should invest in Covenant House, I would say there's no better ROI. That when you look at this, you're just straight time, your dollars go into the future, quite literally. That you're talking about youth who all you have to do is give them a few more resources, some tools, and that is a decades-long return you're going to get about a positive community. If you want just to speak to the heart, I would say it's because kid by kid, we can make a difference.
Hello, we are so excited to be back on the stage of the Discovery Theater and to be working with the team here at the Performing Arts Center. I mean, really, really uber professional, and as we all have had to pivot, so have they. We want to do a little shout out for the folks that have donated the items that you're seeing on our set, Scan Home for the lovely furniture pieces, and That Feeling Co. for the greenery. And the art behind me were donated for our online auction, which you can, of course, access when you go to our website or CoveyCares.org, and it's open until 8 p.m. tomorrow. Annie Brace from Corsco Graphics and Terry Linseth. If you're just tuning in, we hope that you'll keep dropping by for some special guests and performances and appearances. And for now, we have an appearance by one of Alaska's beloved daughters from Homer, and I'm not even going to say her name, but she's really shiny. She shines bright like a diamond. And so I hope you'll enjoy this message from a very special friend of Covenant House.
To all of my friends who are representing Covenant House Alaska, I want to thank you for your support, for coming together and standing strong as a community, to support these fine people who are fighting to rip through the darkness of the past year, to achieve and embrace a new dawn. Together, I know that we can get there. It will take your support, and I just want to thank you. Thank you for caring. Thank you for loving unconditionally. Thank you for solidarity. And thank you mostly for living the covenant of compassion and hope. All my best.
So thank you, Jewel. I have to just tell this really quick story. I've met the Kilcher folks in Homer. I have hung out at the Kilcher homestead for National Swiss Day. And I, of course, have been a fan of Jewel's ever since she first released Pieces of Me. And it turns out that the timing for our ask for her to be involved in this is very much in line with her re-release, Allison, of Pieces of Me, Pieces of You.
I think it's Pieces of Us.
I think it's Pieces of all of us, but I think it is Pieces of You. Anyway, at 4 p.m., we will see a transition out of this event and into our national event, Night of Covenant House Stars, in which Jewel will actually be singing a song. So please consider staying on after the telethon is over and watching that show. So next we are going to have somebody come in for an interview. We are going to, before that, we're going to watch a video about our housing program. And we have a model of care or a continuum of care that keeps expanding, and we want to explain that to you.
Since 1988, Covenant House Alaska has been helping young people who experience homelessness. Young people come to us from all over the state to Anchorage, Alaska's largest village. Over the last 30 years, we have walked side by side with young people through their success and challenges as they have gained independence. Through this journey, we've come to realize we really can end the experience of homelessness for young people in our community. To accomplish this, Covenant House Alaska offers a comprehensive continuum of care in which there are no wrong doors to access services and there are multiple pathways to stability. As we have walked with thousands of young people on their journey, they have taught us a lot about what housing options work best for them. Recently, they helped us identify a critical gap in our continuum, the need for more supportive medium-term housing options where they still receive our support and which lead to permanent housing. This project, the Bridge Housing Project, will fill that gap. By reconfiguring our space and services, we will offer the right level of support at the right time. Young people who experience homelessness have usually experienced trauma. They have been failed by the people who were supposed to protect them, putting them at risk for exploitation and abuse. We have found that the young people who are the most vulnerable have 3 things in common. They have no income, they have less than 2 relationships with caring adults, and they have a mental or physical challenge. By offering more tailored housing and services to these highly vulnerable youth, we can change their trajectories. Ending youth homelessness does not mean that no young person will ever experience homelessness. It means that we have safety nets in place to ensure that any experience of homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. We will achieve this ambitious goal through our philosophy of relentless engagement with young people and by revisioning how we help young people get into housing. Youth experiencing homelessness all have unique experiences, which is why we can't provide just one path out of homelessness. We need to open many doors. Currently, we serve all youth ages 13 to 21 under the same roof, our Youth Engagement Center. Our first goal is to move the younger kids, those under 18, into safe spaces more suitable to their needs. We will have 2 houses, one for boys and one for girls, that can provide shelter and licensed care for 8 youth in each home. Moving the younger kids off the Youth Engagement Center will give us the space to increase the age we serve and allow for this new bridge housing project. Helping youth up to the age of 24 will ensure that more young adults who are experiencing homelessness will get an opportunity for housing with supports. So, who will benefit from this program? Young adults are the fastest growing population of homeless across the United States. 1 out of 10 young people lack stable housing. Without the right intervention, these young people are at risk of becoming a part of the chronic adult homeless population. Not only is this devastating to each young person, it is very costly to society. Every day spent on the streets, in camps, or in unsafe structures is another day a young person is traumatized and vulnerable to exploitation. Often, the first step in stability is having the young person stay at the Youth Engagement Center. This shelter setting helps them meet their basic needs while wrapping around any services they might need, such as education, employment, healthcare, counseling, family reunification, and housing support. When we built the Youth Engagement Center 8 years ago, we knew the day would come when we would need to rethink how we deliver services in order to get the best outcomes for our youth. In fact, with our partner Cook Inlet Housing Authority, we designed a space for future expansion on our footprint. When we were awarded a youth homelessness demonstration program by HUD 2 years ago, we knew that day had come. So we brainstormed with our youth, staff, and partners about what we want to see in a new program model. The young people spoke loud and clear. They want a longer runway of medium-term housing that would bridge the gap to living in their own apartments. We want to be the first shelter to decrease short-term beds and increase the inventory of long-term housing for young people in our community. With Cook Inlet Housing Authority, we are boldly marching toward renovating and building to add 22 single-occupancy bridge units to our Youth Engagement Center. How will this work? Bridge housing at the YEC will serve 100% transitional age youth, ages 18 to 24, who are experiencing homelessness. Young people in the Bridge Project will have more independence, their own rooms and building entrance, and the freedom and increased responsibility that goes along with that. And just 1 floor down will have access to a campus of services. The reason this model works is easy access to services that come from having multiple partners on site, including Volunteers of America, the Anchorage School District, South Central Foundation, 9-Star Education and Employment Services, Cook Inlet Tribal Council, and others. These strengthen and bring new services that we don't deliver, including substance abuse counseling, mental health counseling, high school completion, and much more. All right in the same space where young people are living. To achieve the greatest impact with limited resources, we are leading efforts to move from fragmented programs toward coordinated, system-level responses to youth homelessness. The Bridge Project will allow for more young people to access this circle of support for a longer period of time until they are ready to move out on their own. We have created a safe space where young people can thrive in a stable environment with adults they can trust. A place where their traumatic past doesn't have to dictate their future. Please join us on this journey with young people to create this unique housing opportunity. Thank you for your investment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. We are hosting Covenant House Alaska's first ever annual telethon, and as we promised you, we have some amazing content in our program, including some interviews with our community and our state's outrageously talented and professional leadership among important organizations like Cook Inlet Housing and Donlin Gold. So, hello, Carol. Hello, Christina. Today, Allison and I are going to talk with these folks about a couple of different things that surround our community as important topics. So first I want to start off just taking a couple of minutes and make sure that everyone has a chance to introduce themselves. I've already talked about Allison a number of times, but because a telethon is a little bit like an open house, people drop in, then they have to go and get their lunch, then they may drop back in. We're just going to take about a minute each and just introduce ourselves again. I'm Joe Hemphill. I'm the chief, I almost said executive.
Yeah.
So I am
I'm
the
the chief today.
I'm the chief development officer, which is just one letter off of E. And I'm very, very proud to have known and worked with Allison off and on for the last 24 years. And Allison Kerr.
And I am the Chief Executive Officer, and that is a really great spot to be in because Joe has to be the captain here. So I've been with Covenant House for 24 years. I started as a volunteer, and it has just been a core part of who I am. And, you know, I have every day realized that I can go to work and I can enjoy what I do, and I see young people's lives changing.
Carol Gore.
I have the privilege of serving as the CEO and president of Cook Inlet Housing. I've been there 20 plus years. It's been a really, really great journey. I am a forever Alaskan of Aleut descent, and it's my privilege also to serve as the vice chair of Covenant House Alaska.
Lovely. And Christina Woolston.
Hi, Alaska. Hi, everyone. Watching from outside of Alaska, I'm Christina Woolston, and I'm the External Affairs Manager for Donlin Gold. Donlin Gold has been developing a major gold deposit in Western Alaska for the last 25 years. So again, lots of longevity in our company. It takes a very long time to establish a project of this magnitude and importance. I'm also a forever Alaskan of Athabascan descent from Bristol Bay, and the community relations team of Donlin Gold is comprised of all Alaska Native and Native Alaskans from the region other than myself. The Donlin Gold Project is the 5th largest known undeveloped gold deposit in the world, so significant in many ways. It talks to the richness of Alaska's resources, but today we're here to talk about other resources in Alaska, which are the companies, organizations, and people who are really progressing forward some important initiatives in Alaska.
Yes. So those were great introductions. And, you know, you in the audience can see, you know, just how relevant it is for us to partner with the people who are working on and around Alaska. So the main topic we want to focus on in this segment is housing. And not just housing, but housing insecurity, because housing insecurity and homelessness are first cousins. And so Carol Gore has been a partner through her work at CHA with Covenant House Alaska for literally decades. So I want to take maybe a couple of minutes each, and I want Allison, if you wouldn't mind, sharing out kind of the origins of the friendship and the partnership that we've had with Carol and her lovely, important, valuable,
Yeah, I'm really glad that you've asked me to describe it because she might use the word stalking. So, you know, in really looking at the housing instability that our young people faced, it really was important to find the right partner. The partner that would be there for us with our young people. And I think their first investment was about 15 years ago. And then they walked side by side with me and our young people on building a new home for us when we did the Youth Engagement Center. So lots of different roles with us, but always they're standing beside us.
Thank you, Allison. And Carol, I want to hear, you know, about kind of your perspective of how the partnership kind of got off the ground. and I happen to know, as happens a lot in Alaska, I think more so than many other parts of or geographies in our United States, our counterparts become our friends. So I happen to know that you and Allison are friends. I have been with Allison when we went to visit your mother, you know, in the lovely place where she lives. And so you can talk a little bit about how partnerships become friendships. And then I also want to hear from you about Cook Inlet Housing's work with housing at large outside of the partnership.
Well, I'll just start by saying it's impossible to say no to Allison. If you know Allison, you're going to say yes, no matter what. But 15 years ago, I asked Allison for a tour of their old facility. And as I walked through the facility, Allison greeted every single young person by name. She knew them. They had conversations. I was so impressed because there was this relationship between Allison and every young person that she greeted in the hall, in the rooms. And as I was leaving, I said to Allison, what happens when they age out of this program?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, it's really hard because our program dollars don't extend once they age out. And we try really hard to get them into housing. And as I left that tour, I went back to my office and I said, we have to find some money. And we gave Allison a very small amount of money. I think it was $75,000. And I said, I just want to know how many young people you serve, how you use it, and that they stay in their housing for a year. She served 67 young people with that $75,000. I can tell you it's probably the best investment Cook Inlet Housing ever made. And I knew immediately that standing with Covenant House, leveraging our capacity together, doing what they do best, doing what we do best, was the best investment for our community and for our young people. And it's been a journey since then. I could maybe just add one more thing from a landlord perspective. It's very difficult to move directly from a shelter into permanent housing. The level of success is very, very low, unless you have a partner like Covenant House who's willing to bring the services with them to help them transition from that place where all of their friends are gathered to that place of your own, where you don't have your friends living in the same room with you. It's really a tough transition. So having mom and dad sort of come with you and visit once in a while and check in and make sure you're doing all right, you know, I'm sure it's much more deep than that, but in my head, I see this as that right bridge for those young people to have Covenant House with them, not just when they're in the Youth Engagement Center, but also when they move to their next permanent home.
You know, it's funny that you said that part about mom and dad, because we often do refer to the work that we do as co-parenting or reparenting. And the young people that walk through our doors are just experiencing a time in their lives when that support network doesn't exist. And we know, regardless of the resources that you grew up with, when you had parents and aunts and uncles and even close neighbors who were making sure that you did your homework and that you made it to your baseball practice, and honestly made sure that you were eating, and they might drop off some groceries once in a while, and they weren't going to let you go out into the street. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're just doing it for dozens and dozens instead of 1, 2, or 3.
I'd say hundreds.
Yeah, that's right, hundreds. And so Cook Inlet Housing is our auntie. And Covenant House Alaska, are the parent sort of concept of these young people who just need that type of support. So,
the Alaska Native culture, aunties and uncles, are really critical in development and in support and transitioning from youth to adolescent to adult. And so it couldn't be a more fitting title, I think, to prescribe Covenant House and CIHA as the aunties and uncles of our youth. And so many come from rural and Native communities. So it's, I think, a really lovely way to describe it.
Thank you, Christina. And I feel it every day. I have 2 adolescent, children of my own. And yeah, sometimes it was a big struggle to get them, through high school. And
it's tough with a lot of support.
That's right. It's tough with a lot of support. And guess what else? It's expensive. And so, through the viewership, what we're asking you to do is reparent with us, right? Be a part of our village. And so before we run out of time, we have about 4 minutes left. We want to do 2 things. We want to talk about a huge transition program-wise for Covenant House Alaska as we break ground on a new set of micro-units called Bridge to Success. I want to ask Carol to describe out kind of how that idea was born and how Cook Inlet Housing got involved. And then we want to shift a little bit over to Donlin Gold and Christina Woolston, because really we're about to then take some of these services that we have been doing well here in Anchorage and expand into some more rural communities. And Christina and Donlin are going to help us do that. So let's talk about Bridge to Success. What is it? Why did it happen? When's it happening? What's it going to do?
You know, Joe, I think I can actually help with this because 10 years ago when we were designing the Youth Engagement Center, we went to Portland and we toured a program with CHA team members. And they said, make sure whenever you build your building that you add square footage for a new program because one day you will evolve. And that was the best advice we ever got. And we are evolving. What we have learned through the eyes and the lens of the pandemic is that congregate setting is not the way to go for every young person. It is a piece of it. It is a service needed. But what we're going to be doing is we're developing micro units, 22 units, remodeling the backspace of our current Youth Engagement Center. And each young person will have their own room, bathroom, kitchen area. And it is not driven by funding that says you can only be here 12 months or 14. Young people are going to be able to stay there for as long as they need to. So this is to Carol's point of what happens when they age out.
Right.
Our services are now going up to age 24.
That's right. Amazing. It's amazing. It's really amazing. And what we're doing is interrupting a path to chronic adult homelessness. And that's good for everyone. So, you know, what we're asking for you to do today is to recognize that we need more people in our family, but we also need you to invest. We invest in each other. We invest in our own biological families. And now we're asking you to invest in these youth. Because as you saw with the interview with Dr. April Hunziger, it's worth it, right? They're worth it. And so I want to shift now because we're super excited. For years, Covenant House Alaska, Allison Kerr has been asked, why is your name Covenant House Alaska and all of your services are in Anchorage? And we know that 52% on average of our youth that come through our doors are Alaska Native. And because of that, we know they're coming from other parts, many of them, not all. We now need to go to those other parts with some of the outcomes-based continuum of care models that we are employing, like permanency navigators and rapid rehousing, so that those young people have the best opportunity to be the best versions of themselves. So Christina, what are we going to do and how are we going to do it?
This is so exciting. So we have a heart for the youth in the Yukon-Kuskokwim region. The Donlin Gold deposit is on Chilista Native Corporation and the Kuskokwim Corporation lands. And we've been invested in and partnering in community projects in the region for 25 years. And we're here for the long haul. And we see this as an opportunity to invest in the communities where there is a great need. We've seen, not just during the pandemic, but it was highlighted, I think, really precipitously, that youth and homelessness and vulnerable youth were really a critical point of needing focus and resources. And the credit goes to Michelle DeWitt and the other members of the Bethel Community Services Foundation and the Bethel Homelessness and Community Coalition to address the needs and how they can make a difference. So we're excited to announce that with the Covenant House and Bethel Community Services Foundation, we're establishing a Covenant House staff member in Bethel with the goal to provide a location for services in Bethel along with Covenant House staff. And it is a remarkable time to address a need, and we know that local support, family support, is lost if you leave your community. Yeah. And so how can we keep youth in the community to be connected with their culture, with their community, with their family? And we're excited to announce that we're making a $50,000 contribution to the Covenant House for this project. And we're making an additional contribution. Thank you. We're very excited. Like I said, we're starting out with the foundation, and we plan to be here to address this for a long time. But it's a first step, and we're so thankful for the leadership of Bethel Community Services Foundation, their Homelessness Coalition, with Covenant House, and with CHA leading the way, because who knows, someday there may be
a building
need.
To build.
Micro units
They
there.
have a housing need there too, and it's lots of layers, but we're so thankful for partnerships to be able to make this.
This is amazing, and I'm sorry if we'll try to come back to this later.
That's great.
But for now, to stay on time, we're going to actually go to a video about our permanency navigators, and we're all going to jump up and down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Sean Gaither. I'm a permanency navigator with Covenant House Alaska, and this is my home. Welcome to Anchorage, Alaska. When I'm out and about in the car, it's exciting. It's a really good time to connect with the youth and kind of learn their goals, their dreams, their hopes, and how I can support with them. I'm a permanent connection for the youth across different platforms and services. If we have our average youth that comes in and maybe they're at the homeless shelter, they'll get connected with me as a permanency navigator. So they have case management on site, but then they also have me. The difference is when they leave whatever site they're at, whether it's Rites of Passage, Passage House, or any of the other programs that we offer in Anchorage, when they leave that program, they still have me, but they might lose the case management that was there. So it's kind of a person that gets to stay with them for a longer period of time. And I'm just helping them navigate through all the systems to, their end goal of housing and being more stable. I'm here at the housing department. Let's go inside and say hello. And this is our team. Say hi, everybody.
Hi.
And this is Diane, our Rapid Rehousing case manager. So what is Rapid Rehousing?
So Rapid Rehousing is a program that houses homeless youth. It uses the Housing First model, which pretty much eliminates the barriers for youth into getting housing, which include criminal history, credit history, and employment.
Hi, my name is Jolynn. I'm also a permanency navigator here at Covenant House Alaska. And basically what permanency navigator is a mobile case manager. We help stand in the gap for our youth, and we are whatever they need in the moment that they need us.
Whether that's getting an ID, birth certificate, social, an appointment, getting enrolled into school, transportation to an appointment, whatever they need, that's what we get them.
Have a youth that has an appointment, gotta get back to work. I love what I do. The youth that I work with don't want to be homeless. They don't want to be, in the situation that they're in, but they're resilient and they're constantly trying to do better, and it's rewarding for me to see that and see that change, whether it's them getting their first job, them moving into their first apartment. It's an awesome feeling to kind of be a part of that. Yeah.
Ready? And we are back in the lobby of the Discovery Theater with our phone bank volunteers. And we are so excited about how things are going so far. We hope that you've enjoyed it. We hope that you've been able to send a link out to some of your family and friends to say, please tune in. And we want to say thank you so much for those of you who have called our phone bank or donated at coveycares.org. And so basically, we're just here to chat. I'm here to take a breath and, kind of look up and down the line, see who's joining us now, and say thank you for your for being here. And as the phones kind of start ringing, I'm not sure about the timing of this. It's like they don't want to talk to me, but I'd rather them talk to you anyway. So I'm going to come down and talk to Michelle. Michelle works in our accounting office. And, that's something else I want to say about the Covenant House Alaska family. I've known this organization and been involved in one way or another for about 24 years. And in that time, everyone pitches in. Everyone pitches in. It's like a family reunion. Whenever you have an event and ask for help, people are there to help. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Joe.
How are you today? Good.
Doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Michelle is one of our newer members, but she has been in Alaska for a long time, right? Her whole life. And the lovely painting that you see behind me on the set was done by Michelle's sister, Terry Linseth, yes. And so it's lovely, really, really beautiful. I hope it's selling for thousands of dollars. Anybody call in you want to read about? Yeah, Heidi Hoopert has called and donated $50. Thank you, Heidi. And thank you, Michelle. Good to see you. And so Jenna Graves is on the phone right now, but she is actually the longest standing Covenant House Alaska employee with, I think, 26 years. So she has been working with Covenant House, with Passage House, and in other capacities for over a quarter of a century, if you think about it that way. And so she is taking a call right now. Interestingly, she's taking a call from Katie Hemphill, which is my daughter who lives in LA. So thank you, Katie. Dad loves you very, very much. I'm very proud of you. And so Shara Cooley is still here. We met her earlier. Shara's got some calls from Paul Swalling, $250. Paul, thank you. And he says, and I'm not sure Shara's handwriting. Could you read that, Shara? All right. Good work that we do here at Covenant House Alaska makes it a better place. And John Paul Francoeur. John Paul is actually a friend of mine, and he actually lives in Arkansas, and he also cares very much about the work that we do. Okay, and Greg Gallagher's on the phone too, but he has a call from Melanie Osborne and his own wife, Moira Gallagher. So, folks, it's all in the family here at the phone bank. Please keep calling. Please tell your friends to call. It's really easy to copy and text the phone number, 907-339-4230, or go to coveycares.org. I don't want to leave without saying thank you to Alaska Communication Systems for donating the technology for our phone bank today. And I also want to invite you to go back to the stage to watch the dancers from the Alaska Native Heritage Center. And this is a group of dancers that came together in the common interest of the drum, and the dance group was formed through the ANHC high school program. They'll dance two songs. One is Climate Change, and one is Walrus Ivory Carving. And don't forget that Tote Maritime is matching every donation today, dollar for dollar, up to $50,000.
Involved for inviting us here to perform for you.
What?
And so the first song that we're going to be sharing with you is a song that I composed, and it's about climate change. Enjoy. Thank you. And so this next song that we're going to share with you is a song that comes from St. Lawrence Island, and it's about walrus ivory carving. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for letting us perform for you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with the Native Dance Troupe from the Alaska Native Heritage Center, and I just want to say on behalf of everybody here and all of the viewers watching at home, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for doing what you do, and thank you for keeping the culture alive. And if you were here in the audience, I would ask you guys to give these folks another round of applause. And I think they're going to stick around. Thank you, camera people. The camera people are all clapping. And I think you'll be sticking around because you're going to do another performance later, right? All right. We're very proud to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of microphones. Hello, everyone. We are live at the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. And if you're just tuning in, you are watching the first ever Covenant House Alaska annual telethon. The day has been packed so far. I really think that it started 5 minutes ago, but it was like an hour and a half. And we're on a clip, and we are having important conversations, hearing really, really meaningful messages, and having really, I think, lovely entertainment. And that is what a telethon is. We're also getting phone calls from you, the supporters of our programs and our mission to serve the young people in our space that are experiencing homelessness. So we have with us right now, very exciting, Gloria O'Neill, President and CEO of Cook Inlet Tribal Council, and Leanne Garrick, the COO of the same organization. We are going to take about 15 minutes and have a conversation about some important issues and some work that CITC, which is the acronym, does in our community and the state and beyond, really. And we're going to start with introductions. Allison has introduced herself at least once. She's going to do it again.
Right, and one of these times I'm going to get it right on spot. So CEO of Covenant House Alaska, I've been there 24 years and have worked 24 years. We started when we were teenagers with a great, strong partner like Cook Inlet Tribal Council. So I'm happy that Gloria is here. I said we had to throw a telethon just to be able to see each other during the middle of the pandemic. So
right.
Safely, though.
You know, Allison, this is probably a good time. I know that we've been flashing a screen up now and then, but I want to do a little verbal COVID mitigation statement, which is that, you know, based on the current mandates, we have all been fully vaccinated so that we are allowed, per the mandates, to be sitting in the same space. Technically, we are working here, and we are working in the same space, having been vaccinated. So, Gloria O'Neill, so good to have you here. Gloria actually has a former Covenant House staffer named Foster Burgess.
We love Foster.
Who is just an amazing individual. And if we had to see him transition out of his work with us, we're so happy that he came to you.
Well, thank you. I think that goes to show the strength of our partnership as well, as when we're able to share staff.
Right.
Wonderful people who are so committed to the missions of both Covenant House and CITC. So thank you for having me here today. As I said, it was my day off, but I feel so deeply and passionate about the mission of Covenant House and our partnership. It was like, I'm going. I'm going. I might be a little bit more relaxed, but I'm going to be there, right? I'm going to be
We
there
like
to
the chill,
support.
Gloria, right?
Look, Gloria, look what I'm going to do. I'm going to set my cue cards down.
Oh my
Let's
God.
do that.
Listen, it
Let's
is
do
Gloria's
that.
day off.
We're unscripted.
We
Here
are
go.
going off the reservation,
I
no,
love
off the
that.
script.
Yeah.
We are going to be chill about this, and I'm just going to keep us on time.
Yeah, that'd be
But
great.
tell us who you are, and just a little bit of the history of you being with your organization.
Well, thank you again. So I've been like Allison. I started when I was 2.
Yeah.
I've been with CITC since 1992.
Wow.
So I actually had the fortunate ability to hold many different roles within the organization before becoming CEO in 1998.
Wow.
A lot of Clairol going on underneath this mess. But I have to say, it's been an incredible journey for not only me as a person, but also the organization. We were a very small organization in 1998 with limited partnership, and today we have over 50 major programs. We provide services to about 20,000 individuals on an annual basis. And we've really extended and expanded our partnerships because we know, as a part of our value set at CITC, that we cannot work in isolation. Our mission is to connect people to their potential. We do that through partnership. So that's why partnership is so very important, because we don't have all the expertise as an organization. I like to say that we're cradle to grave because we are a tribal nonprofit social services organization. But what Covenant House does, you have such a deep expertise, and that's why it's so very important that we have this partnership, and that where we've really expanded opportunity and service to our young people who are vulnerable and at risk.
Right.
Yeah.
No, so it amazes me with the number of ways that our organizations, it was Cook Inlet Housing, and now it's CITC,
Yeah.
and how you all overlap, and then how we all overlap. And it really does speak to Anchorage and Alaska being one large village.
Oh, absolutely.
So, Leanne, I've not had the honor of meeting you.
No, so it's such a pleasure to meet you.
It's really nice, and I feel like we would have such a blast if it were,
I
if it were not a global pandemic, and we were just, having like Friday afternoon, kind of industry, chit chat, talk, and over a glass of wine or a cup of coffee or something. So, Leanne, tell me about your work at Cook Inlet Tribal and why it's important.
Well, I serve as the Chief Operating Officer, and programs are really so much of the core of what we do. Our participants coming here to CITC, I told Gloria on my very first interview that I had come from the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium and the campus on there for about 16 years, and I love the work there. But coming to CITC was really my dream job, that I'd always wanted to work there. Love to have that
You're very
partnership
lucky.
all
Very
together
lucky.
and be able to really do a lot of the operations work in the community. And so I absolutely love it. All of the programs that are forward-facing and have participants come see us and have those community projects, I can participate in all of those with those directors. Partnerships like being able to just call Allison if it's like, what do you think about this? Or especially during the pandemic and working with many of the initiatives recently with individuals facing homelessness, and especially our youth facing homelessness.
Yeah.
It is so wonderful to be able to have that network just to see, and Gloria to really encourage that, like just call our partners and see where people are on this, see what we can do to help. We have very specialized pieces, and all together it's like this amazing, innovative way of approaching
I've
youth in
seen
our
some of it.
community.
I've seen some of it. And that is, I'll tell you, we're doing lots of interviews and we're excited about each one of them for different reasons. And when I was gone from Alaska for about 11 years after having been here for 14, and came back 3 years ago specifically to come and work with Allison. And when I started to learn about some of the different organizations that Covenant House has been working with and what they represent and what they do, and I learned about the innovative way that you guys used funding to make more money. So I got super excited when I learned about your video game business. And and Allison will tell you, enterprise, enterprise, enterprise.
Yeah.
I preach it all the time. And I was so excited, Gloria, and you, Leanne, to have you here to talk about what that enterprise looks like for CITC and why every nonprofit should be looking in that direction.
But Joe, I will have to say that Gloria gave me the only $5 million phone call I've ever received in my entire 24-year career with Allison. And true to exactly what she's saying is kind of our feeling as well. We do what we do best, and then we partner for the rest. And this phone call was, Allison, we have this resource available for transitional youth, and that is your lane with housing. And is this something that we can do? Creative, strong partnership that, you know, it started, that was about 8 years ago, but the relationship started, you know, many years before that. So, but that was my best phone call of my lifetime.
Listen, and I'm going a little bit out of order because you're right, Allison. That should be at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And I did put my cue cards down.
Yeah.
So
It's good. I got it all in my brain. I'm ready.
So Rites of Passage, which is our transitional living program, housed in a CITC building called the Denina House. And every year there's an investment that comes over to support that program. So every day we are remembering our partnership. And I do want to hear a little bit about some of the innovative work. And we have about 6 minutes left.
Yeah, great. So what I love about CITC and our mission is that, and our board is very forward thinking, is that they said, look, self-determination is all about determining our own destiny, right? We know that we are responsible to our funders, which is mainly the federal government, but wherever you can, think out of the box, be innovative, and go out and find new pathways of partnership or investment. And so as we've done this as an organization, we looked at double or triple bottom line investments while moving the vision of CITC forward and thinking about how we could create new programming. And so to speak to Allison's point a bit is that several years ago, we were looking at some of the trends of our youth who move in from rural Alaska, end up on someone's couch. They do not have a permanent place to go and to live and to potentially go to school or to, you know, transition into the work field. So what we did was we thought about creating the Denina House. And I thought, as most of the team at CITC at the time thought it was a really great idea to provide that additional support. Well, we sold the idea as we created the vision, and we raised $5 million, right? Because other people thought, well, this makes sense for some of our most vulnerable youth. And as we started to make the investments, instead of building a facility, we first purchased a home. And we went out and we created a program where we had 24-hour support, where youth could live with us in this home, and at the same time they could finish school, because that was really important to us, so that they graduate from high school. And as we started to demonstrate this project, what we found out is this wasn't our sweet spot. And then we stopped and said, oh, you know, that we have this money at the table, we don't want to lose it, but yet how do we take what we've learned, how do we continue to innovate, and how do we bring in a partner that has a skill set that where we don't, which is 24/7 care for vulnerable young people. We had all the case management, we had the wraparound services, we had all of that, but it was Covenant House who really brought that important piece. And so I called Allison and I said, okay, I got a deal for you. We need to support our most vulnerable youth, And this is what you do as well, and how can we marry the vision of the Denina House? So it was through CITC innovating a little bit, you know, stopping and looking at what we do well, what we don't do well, and bringing in a partner so that we don't recreate that within the within the community, which is, you know, I think that's very ineffective. And where we could put more of that resource into serving our young people so that we provided the continuum of support for them in their lives, that they have a place to live that is extremely supportive, and at the same time that they finish their high school education and beyond, that they start at least acquiring some job skills in that. So that was really amazing. And in that same vein, to maybe, I know you have just a few more minutes.
I think we have about maybe 2 minutes.
If you would like me to go to some of the social enterprise. So as our board said, you know, really focus on the young people, that we have very youthful population in the Alaska Native community. And they asked me to continue to look outside of our traditional funding partnerships. And so at that point, like Covenant House, we didn't have a lot of unrestricted money, very little. But they said, you know, why don't we create a business? And I was like, whoa, what do we do with that? Here, you know, we have business degrees in our executive team, but our mission is to serve every day, right? That's our focus. And so we had to bring in a lot of partners like Covenant House that had a real expertise in business. And we looked at everything from funeral homes to real estate. We realized we are not, you know, a normal corporation. So our goal is to make investments to provide support to our people. And so when we kept our young people kind of right at the center, and the strength of our people through their stories and their culture, and really thinking about how we could leverage and utilize technology, this is when the dreaming about video gaming came to be. And like when we found and we went to seek Allison out, we did the same thing and brought in a gaming company that really understood and aligned with our value set. And that was 2012, 2014. We took a game to the world called Never Alone. And since then, we did a deal with our partners. We own 30% of the company. And so I serve in that role. So see how your service of your heart can really push you into places you don't even know are possible, and the power of your people. And so anyway, where we are today, it's very exciting, is that we are looking at a sequel to Never Alone as the gaming company has grown. And we're actually talking with Hollywood. They want to take Never Alone to the big screen. So that's the power of our youth and the power of our ancient stories and people.
And that brings us really full circle, and it all does come back to the youth.
Yeah, it does.
And right, as long as we keep youth in the center of our focus, then we really will stretch ourselves to be innovative and find solutions. So with that, I want to say thank you again for being here. We know that
Especially on your day off.
Especially on your day off. I know that you both are going to be, I believe, at the reception later that we're having for some of our partners. I hope that you will be. I won't be. I'll be here. And anyway, we want to make sure that you guys remember to call today to our phone bank, 907-339-4230. Go to coveycares.org. Please, let's make this thing a winner. We have a few more hours to raise about, $40,000 more. I think we're about 10,000. And for now, we're going to watch a couple of video statements from important friends of Covenant House, Julie Fate Sullivan and Valerie Davidson.
Great.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Julie Fate Sullivan. I serve on the board of Covenant House Alaska, but really started getting involved about 6 years ago when I was working there as communications director. During this time, I had the honor of getting to know some of our youth at Covenant House. From time to time, a young person would want to advocate for all those other young people left behind by telling their stories. So I had the honor of helping them do that. It was an unbelievably brave thing for them to do each and every time. Such amazing kids, overcoming unbelievable obstacles. Every single young person had a gut-wrenching story about what brought them to Covenant House. Abuse, family addiction, getting lost in the foster care system, As most of you know, Alaska has the highest rates of child abuse and neglect in the country. But you might not know that Alaska also has some of the most heinous, most disturbing cases of sex trafficking in the country too. All of this brings youth to Covenant House, and my heart goes out to these kids. Every single young person I was privileged to know worked so hard to find a better path out of the trauma and shattered childhoods that they came from. I think of one in particular who went on to get his engineering degree at UAA, another who worked to get his certification in addiction counseling, so others would never have to go through what he endured with an addicted family. Thankfully, Covenant House Alaska was there for them and so many others, unconditionally wrapping these kids in resources like jobs and education and counseling, but also, most importantly, lots of love and healing from the trauma they endured. Thank you so much for joining us. I am a forever supporter of Covenant House, always will be. They are our future. They are our investment in the future of Alaska. Thank you.
Jamai, huinga nukhaga lugua amitlamakanan thu yupiugua mamtakaitlakamiu. Hi, my name is Valerie Davidson, Nukhagalak Amitlamakanan, and I'm Yupik, originally from Bethel. I'm the interim president of the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. While I'm originally from Bethel, Alaska, today I'm speaking from Anchorage, the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina people. We acknowledge the Dena'ina people for their incredible stewardship of this land since time immemorial, where we have the pleasure to live, work, learn, and play. We at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium support the incredible work of Covenant House Alaska because we believe everyone has the right to be safe, especially our youth. Unfortunately, 52% of the services provided by Covenant House Alaska were for our Alaska Native youth in 2020. Each of us has the opportunity and the responsibility to support our youth by providing a safe place for our young people to learn and grow and reverse this trend. I learned a long time ago that people will do the most amazing things under the most impossible of conditions as long as we have the right reasons. Children, families, and communities are always the right reasons. Please join ANTHC and make your donation today. Make a generous donation to Covenant House Alaska right now. Together, we can help young people change their lives. Guyana, thank you to all of you who are participating and donating in tonight's event.
Welcome back to the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. And I would like to reintroduce the dancers from the Alaska Native Heritage Center dancing or performing Patiently Waiting and Until We Meet Again.
Back. We are excited to be back, and we are going to be sharing two songs that come from the northern areas of Alaska. This first one is Patiently Waiting from St. Lawrence Island.
Hey,
Thank you. And so this next song that we'd like to share with you is a song that comes from King Island, and we know it as Until We Meet Again. Much. It was very exciting to be able to perform for everyone once again. Thank you.
And we are back on stage here at the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. And joining us is April Kyle, the interim CEO of South Central Foundation, and Allison Kerr. And so we are on our third live interview with yet another outrageously significant community partner. And I'll tell you what, we're going to start to reduce some of the formality. April and Allison go way back. And believe me, this is a special partnership, and it is a partnership that has really kind of taken some deeper roots during the COVID pandemic. And so really, we want to jump right in and talk about the history of the partnership and sort of the intensity, if you will, of the partnership over the last year. And Allison, I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay.
And if you would just check in with me on time every once in a while.
Yeah, right?
We'll get in and out of here in 15 minutes so that we can continue on with the rest of what we've got for the
I was
day.
just telling April that I had to participate and host a telethon so that I could see all my colleagues that I have loved working with for many years in person. And we were just commenting of this being kind of the first safe COVID in-person type event. So it goes way back with South Central. And, you know, one of the things whenever we opened our new Youth Engagement Center, you were there, we were walking through the building, and we had a nurse practitioner was an employee.
In a closet. In a closet.
Right. We had gone from, you know, a closet, one nurse practitioner, and we sat there and I said, we can't be a healthcare provider. This is not the lane that we can be in. Again, partner, you know, do what we do best, partner for the rest. And with over 50% of our young people being Alaska Native and such a strong relationship with South Central, it was natural. And so that started, South Central having basically a wellness center right on our campus. So, and loving April the whole time.
So, at that point, we had been doing behavioral health on site as a partner for, I don't know, what was it, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
And it was an opportunity for us to see what the real need was. And what I have loved about working with you is that you've always got an idea about how we could grow something. What if over here we found some funding, and what if we brought another partner in? And it's been an opportunity for us to provide service to a group who might not make their way to our campus, but we can make our way into the lives of young people. It's been an exciting evolution of services.
Yeah, and I think we're actually the first off-site clinic that you operated, and now you're in, Brother Francis and some of the adult shelter system as well. So it really was being able to show that, we can function within, your world of healthcare, which was, I'm telling you, sometimes it was very complicated, not understanding why we just can't walk through the door,
Well, do you remember early on, Allison, when our teams got together, we just had different language, right? And so we would say, well, we think, and you would say something different, and it was almost like we didn't understand each other, except for the relationship that we had, and the commitment to the young people, and the willingness to stay in the room, and to figure out how you can operate healthcare and take care of all of the services that you provide, and do it with all of the other partners included as well. And we had to keep leaning into that relationship, right? And figuring out our language and how we could make things happen and just move through barriers.
And when the pandemic hit and it became a reality, you were the first people we called. I mean, from our first operation plan to today, your clinic and the services have been our safety net for not only our staff, but our young people. And
Tell us a little bit more about that in detail. Like, what was the first thing that happened that South Central Foundation was there for? I remember, basically, it was that very first mass testing, right? And
right.
it was nerve-wracking.
And it was on my birthday.
And it
Was it really?
It was my
Wow.
birthday
Happy
weekend.
birthday, Allison.
So,
Yeah.
the pandemic started in March. We were the first site that was willing to do 100%, mandatory staff and young people. And, you came out, it was a beautiful day though. Your team came out, and donuts, of course, right? And, we were able to safely navigate with no positives at that point, so.
What I remember, if I think back to March, was that there was so much that we didn't know, right? And we were learning the science about the virus, as a healthcare entity, we were watching the CDC and the World Health Organization. But all of that sort of scientific knowledge has to be paired with kind of the reality of life, right? And so we were able, through partnership, to figure out sort of what's the approach for Covenant House going to be, and what can we do in the clinic and through South Central Foundation and with other community partners to marry kind of real life with the science. And the truth is, we didn't get it right? We had to try and learn and regroup and try and learn, and it was hard. But I will say that the reason it worked is because we were just committed to staying in relationship together and kind of leaning in when things were difficult.
Yeah, and we were one of the first sites within the Covenant House system that was able to say that vaccinations were offered for our young people and for our staff. I mean, Covenant House being across 30 cities in the lower 48, many couldn't get access to what we were able to do through partnerships. And they were always envious of that, but also recognized, the deep relationship that it was, right? The commitment to each other. And, I think back on just conversations about, we don't know how to do this. What can we do? How can we be safe? Our staff are now first responders, and it was, they went to school to be social workers, right? And they were realizing every day they would walk in and put themselves into harm's way, as well as the fact we were the only shelter for young people, and they'd come to us tested positive, and we still had to figure out how to mitigate that risk. And we did it with your medical team was amazing. Sonia, Denise, I'm giving them all shout outs because they answered the phone every time it rang, right? With, we need some help with this. You have an amazing team over there, and I always knew that it would be, that relationship was going to be strong forever.
And it's bringing the expertise together, but the hearts of the people in both of our teams coming together and figuring out solutions that I think was really key. And you know, when we were able to start providing vaccine to the community, and we were focused on healthcare workers, and we think about the systems and services that support wellness, the Covenant House team is part of that. And I remember us talking, when are these vaccines coming, right? How can we bring them to our young people, and how can we bring them to the team at Covenant House who are wrapped around those young people? And we're very pleased that we would be able to offer that.
Yeah, we even had, Denise and them did videos with our staff about education. You know, the fear, the unknown, it was a year and a half of unknown, like every day navigating something, it felt like different. But, I just knew that in the space of a conversation, we would be able to figure out whatever we needed to. The weeks that we had, all the wonderful weeks with no positive cases, and then the not so wonderful week with, okay, how do we make sure everybody is safe, right?
So April, just talk a little bit about South Central Foundation as an organization and some of the services that you provide in the community. And then, of course, we'll drill down into why it's so important to have a partnership with Covenant House Alaska and the population that we serve.
Sure. So South Central Foundation is a regional Alaska Native healthcare organization. We serve the South Central region, which is a big part of the state. In many communities, we serve Alaska Native and non-Native people who live in those communities. And we're over on the ANMC campus with our partners at ANTHC. But when we think about community wellness, it's beyond medical care, right? So we have a lot of services for youth and for elders, and a big behavioral health continuum. And you know me most in my last role as Vice President of Behavioral Services. And so, we know that understanding where people are at in their journey of life and figuring out how we can really partner with and walk beside them. And I think at South Central Foundation, one thing that's exciting for me is that we work in an environment of collaboration with others. So many amazing community partners who are all kind of doing what they do best. But when we can come together and bring that energy and move, kind of as one community, we can do so much more. And Covenant House has been the convener of that for young people, really recognizing that there are great partners out there, and if somehow we can all come together, we can put our hearts together to provide those services. It's been an amazing thing to be part of.
And so for us, and I don't want to speak for Allison, but for our staff, to have a full-service health clinic on the footprint is a game changer. And so I understand that you've expanded to offer that type of on-site environment for other nonprofits. And we are about to break ground, as I think you know, on 22 micro units, and that's 22 more people that will receive, have access to healthcare services, again, right on the footprint. Why is that important, Allison?
Well, I think it's one of the things that we learned is that young people, without ever having someone guide them through, how to access things, are often forgotten and often, don't know how to navigate on their own. And so really our role is to teach, right? Teach for them to be able in the future be the best version of themselves without us, right? But teach how to have community, teach how to, walk together with, a partner. So our navigator team has really been beside young people as you called it, the auntie. The real relationships that we have is helping us, with young people to say that we're here with you, right? This isn't just for you, we're with you on this. And so the micro unit is a longer term housing that offers young people access to all the services they need right on the footprint. And, it's something that was a dream that surviving the pandemic in one way has now really illuminated the fact that congregate setting is not the way to go, right? And that there's a risk of that. And so what we can do to mitigate that is really change some of our housing.
Yeah, so I have heard a number of stories from our frontline staff about youth who come to us having lived in an environment where the everyday ordinary decisions that we all think we're making because we have to get things done are foreign, including often making an appointment.
Well, let's be real. Let's be real for a second. The healthcare system is really difficult to navigate.
Right.
And that's not just for young people, it's actually for all of us. And so the question is, how can we create a space that's welcoming with a great team of people who are excited to work in partnership with, the people who are served at Covenant House or at Brother Francis or other places, and make those connections with healthcare sort of normal. And something that that you can access and rely on as people walk forward in their journey. So that's our hope, right? A positive relationship with the healthcare people, and know that we're just humans too.
Right.
And we just want to come together and figure out how we can support each other to walk forward.
Wonderful. So we have a couple of minutes left, and I would just want to get a little closing comment from you, Allison, and one from you, April, about, and we've already talked a lot about the partnership and the importance of partnership, but I want you guys to talk about something that is relevant to the future of partnerships when it comes to ending the cycle of youth homelessness that we see today.
Yeah, that's a great framing, Joe. I would think that what we have learned is, unless we're in conversation with the young people that are experiencing homelessness, and unless we're willing to be innovative and collaborate and not just be the same, then we're missing the mark, right? So what I would hope people see within Covenant House is our desire to not just be a facility that says this is all we will do, right? To be a space where we learn every day from young people how to do it different and do it better. And we do that with our partners. We have partners, only partners on our space are those that are also in this culture of learning, right? We learn if something isn't working, then we figure out what else to do. So I think, the future is that we remain strong with our partners. Again, it is do what we do best and partner for the rest, right? And that's something that is in our marrow.
So we have just one more minute. April, would you like to make just a quick closing statement, please?
Sure. I'll just say that I love that you're talking about learning and changing and growing and listening to the voice of young people and letting them tell us what's needed and being willing to think outside the box and to be part of collaboration with so many great community partners. It's like a family reunion back here
Right.
of people coming in who you don't usually get to see. It's super exciting. So I just appreciate being in friendship and being in partnership and being part of this journey. So thank you.
Friendship and partnership and family. And so that's really what I think our community is all about here. And so I just want to remind you all, let's call the phone bank. The volunteers are standing by. The number's on your screen. It is 907-339-4230. You can also go to coveycares.org. Coveycares.org is a landing page for our donors to make a donation, a secure donation. It's there all the time, so we're just using it today. And so call, and call. And right now we are going to have some music in a moment after a couple of messages from our U.S. senators and I believe our state's governor, Mike Dunleavy. But I'm not exactly sure which one comes first. So hang in there. It's all coming, and I'll see you guys shortly.
Hello to all of you. Lisa Murkowski here, and I'm happy to be able to offer a few words for this pretty special event today. I've had a long relationship with Covenant House. It was probably about 40 years ago. I was involved with a small group of women in Anchorage, Alaska, all of us young moms. We put on an annual fundraiser. Each year we selected a different cause. And I had just learned that Covenant House was looking to establish a shelter in Alaska, in Anchorage, and I decided that this would be a great opportunity for us to be able to help. So we put on an international food festival. Food is donated by local ethnic restaurants, and there was entertainment at the event as well. It was local talent. It was sometimes very amateur talent, but it was talent. It was a pretty low-key event held at a bar with a considerable reputation in Alaska during those days of the pipeline. $10 at the door. You got a pretty good selection of all you could eat from the ethnic restaurants, and again, some interesting entertainment. But we were able to raise a few $1,000s for Covenant House with no strings attached, which for them at that time was pretty significant. But it reminds me of how far Covenant House has come, serving homeless youth not only in Anchorage, Alaska, but around the country, and now raising millions of dollars and attracting talent like we have today. To have Lin-Manuel Miranda with us, so many of the other celebrities, pretty exceptional. But one thing that I think brings us together, one thing that doesn't change, is the commitment that so many of us have to this exceptional cause. It is tough to be homeless anywhere, but it is particularly tough in Alaska, where it's cold, it's dark, and the streets are not friendly. It's tougher on our kids, and we know that. The trauma from being homeless is not easy to overcome, but having organizations that can provide support services, like the counseling, the education support, the job training, these can significantly impact youth experiencing homelessness. And these are the types of opportunities that Covenant House works so hard to provide, with or without a pandemic. I'm sure that there have been many of you who are either participating in this event today or who have been engaged with Covenant House. You've had an opportunity to perhaps participate in the annual Sleep Out. I have done it in Alaska. I've been here in Washington, D.C., where I didn't sleep out in Washington, D.C., but I did sleep out in Alaska in November in a cardboard box. It wasn't snowing that night, but it was pretty cold. It was pretty wet. It was pretty soggy. I was dressed warmly, but it was tough throughout the night. You know, you wake up with the cardboard that had been the structure around you now pressing down on your chest because it's soggy, wet. Every time somebody moved or coughed was an awareness that, yeah, you're outside, you are out on the street, and I was in a safe place. And so many are not in a safe place. But things like that are a reminder, certainly helped me understand the importance of having shelters and the impacts that sleeping outside in extreme conditions has on Alaska's homeless population. Again, everything that we can do to get our kids off the streets is what we need to be doing, and doing it more and more and more. So I look at what Covenant House has done and what more we can be doing here in Congress to be there for our homeless youth. I'm continuing my efforts to ensure that Alaska's shelters and service organizations have the support that they need to continue their good work. Just recently, with the American Rescue Plan, I was able to secure $800 million in the American Rescue Plan for the Department of Education to identify and support homeless youth, which is particularly crucial as our homeless youth have been more and more difficult to support in school settings because we've had these school closures. We've gone to online learning. So these funds are a critical investment for a population that has been invisible for far too long. We know that we have so much work to do. I've got more proposals that we're working on to ensure that youth homelessness gets a comprehensive response through the lens of public health by organizations like Covenant House Alaska that are able to provide these long-term wraparound services. So to all of you, thank you each, thank you all for what you are doing. Thank you to Covenant House for what you do to support those who need this support. So enjoy the superstars tonight and know that working together, we will make that difference. Thank you and take care.
Hello, I'm Senator Dan Sullivan, and more importantly, Julie's husband. And I am so proud of the work that my wife Julie does, Allison, the whole team at Covenant House, but in particular, the frontline caseworkers. You work so hard at doing such a great and such an important job for Alaska and for these kids. And, you know, I've heard so many stories from Julie, from Allison, from so many of you at Covenant House, and it's so inspiring to see what happens when Covenant House services and care and just warmth takes care of these kids, and then they go on to do great things for our state. It's amazing. So I just want to thank you. Know that we are working on a lot of these issues back here in Washington, D.C., but none of it happens without the frontline workers, dedication, volunteers of so many who make Covenant House what it is for our state and really for our country. So keep up the great work. We're proud of you. I'm proud of my amazing wife and everybody who's working at Covenant House.
Thank you.
You know, I'll ask you to talk. Hello, we are live here in the lobby of the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. We're visiting our phone bank of volunteers. It is a telethon, and the whole idea is that during the afternoon, as you watch the content and you're inspired by a story that you see, or you're reminded of a young person in your life that needed some extra help at a certain time, and you want to actually help us help young people, then pick up the phone. 907-339-4230, or go to coveycares.org. And so we are now entering the second half of our 4-hour telethon, leading up to our 90-minute-ish Night of Covenant House Stars. All of this information is available on all of our platforms, Instagram, Facebook, our website, etc. And for now, Allison, why don't you start over there and tell us who we have as volunteers for this hour? Okay.
So we have, you know what, it's so great to have our volunteers back.
Thanks.
I
Have you
mean,
watched
we
some
can
of it?
safely do this and have you with us. We've
Okay,
missed you
good.
for the whole year and a
Thanks.
half. So over here first we have Heidi. Heidi has been a mentor, has, I mean, literally volunteered on a committee for many, many years. Deb is here, and we literally, does anybody have a a message that they would like to?
I have a couple.
Oh, look at you.
Well, first, we want to just rattle a few of these off. We're halfway through our segment here at the phone bank. So Alexander McKay, thank you, Alex. Roxanne Brandenburg, Denali Kemple, board member. And
I'm just following Joe.
Katie Hempel had called earlier of Spawn Ideas.
Oh, nice.
Maureen Moore. And then we have, and I know you're looking at my back, but Diane Pace, Ingrid Klinkhart, Marilyn Romano, and Laura Melbastad. And then we have a couple of really special ones down here, Allison. Which is why
Who do we have?
I'm rushing us along because we have one that I will read, which is from Carletta Mack, who is our former COO and is now the Chief Diversity Officer for Covenant House International. And she called in a pledge for $5,000.
Wow.
And this one is
Carletta,
also
our love.
And we have Sean Dinkins, who is our Chef Sean at Covenant House. And Allison, why don't you read this one?
Well,
Hi, Alex.
cheer up, right? This is from my mom in Florida. So thanks, Mom.
And we also have Alex Hofling, who you guys met earlier from Tote Maritime. And Amy Miller is from Providence, and she is also our current board chair. Amy, how's it going?
It's going really well, Joe. This has been a great event. We got to watch over at Providence for a little bit, and the team over there really appreciated the stories that we heard. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy, and we'll let you answer the phones. And I think we have just about 30 seconds left to just remind you to please send the link around to your friends and family. This program content will actually be up and available for viewing on our YouTube channel for multiple days after today. But today is the most impactful day for you to attend, look, at the content, and make a phone call. And I think we are about to go back to, we're going to see a message from the Volunteers of America.
Bye, Mom. Love you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Hinshaw. I'm the president and CEO of Volunteers of America, Alaska. I'm so excited to lend my support to Covenant House Alaska's event today and be able to tell you a little bit about how amazing their staff are and their organization. VOA Alaska provides behavioral health services to youth and transition-aged youth, from substance misuse to mental health and wellness services. It's important for us to go to where youth are, and that's why we partner so closely with Covenant House Alaska. They are an agency that has been doing work for so many years in Alaska, and I've been born and raised here. Here in Anchorage is where I am today. It's a beautiful day, and if you're not here in Alaska, I hope you come visit us. And growing up, my brother for a time stayed with Covenant House, and to be able to work with them now, providing services from our teams at VOA and the amazing, dedicated, talented patient staff at Covenant House Alaska. They're a significant partner in the community. They show up, they do the work every single day. All of you that are here supporting this event and supporting the work are incredible partners as well. It is important that we be where youth are when they need us in a non-judgmental way with open arms and help them to reach their goals in life and to be safe. And I feel like that's what Covenant House does. And we're so happy to be their partner, providing those behavioral health services where youth are and where they need us. Their staff are incredibly talented, and many have experienced being houselessness and are able to show that empathy, and that it's not something to be ashamed of, or that there's anything wrong with you. And things that happened in your life you can recover from, you can be resilient and well and have hope in your future. Thank you again for your support of Covenant House Alaska and events like this and partnerships like this and critical services that support youth who are houseless and vulnerable. It's going to take all of us to make sure that every child and youth in the state has a place to sleep at night, is safe from abuse and exploitation, and is able to thrive and reach their own dreams. Thank you so much.
And welcome back. We could not do what we do without the help of our volunteers. They do everything that our community does, as a team. They work in the clothing closet, they work in the kitchen, they teach classes, and we couldn't really survive without them. However, it has been very difficult during the pandemic to have volunteers on site, and so they've had to be creative about how they can continue to help. They have taught classes virtually, they've sent us note cards of support, and purchased items for us off of our Amazon wish list. There is a special group of four-legged volunteers that have regularly kept us updated during the pandemic with their goings on. And these are very special volunteers that are going to be here with us today later. But for now, we'd like to watch a short video about their visits to Covenant House Alaska.
My name is Holly Payne. I am the volunteer specialist at Covenant House Alaska. We have been working with National Crisis Response Canines for a little over 2 years now.
Well, Covenant House was one of the first organizations we reached out to, and we were welcomed with open arms. It's fantastic.
Similarities are, that everywhere we work, there are needy people of one kind, for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
So that way it's similar. Because we wouldn't be working if it wasn't for people who need some help.
Right.
Different in that, we don't really work with, let's say, homeless people or youth other than here. And what I especially like about Rite of Passage, I've gotten a chance to build more relationships. Mm-hmm. And even here when I was coming over to Covey more often, you get to know a lot of the youth.
Dennis and Max showed up to go and do outreach with me. And as we were about to walk out, we got a phone call from a youth that was just going through a hard time and didn't know what to do and just wanted to talk.
They're not here to teach a specific skill. They're not here to go over something that a youth needs to do or work on. They're just here, and they're able to listen and be here and be present. And there's no other agenda beyond that.
That human canine bond really helps start the healing process, help people with their resilience and getting through maybe one of the most difficult times of their life.
Hello, and joining us now are two representatives from the National Crisis Response Canines, Melissa and Dennis. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Allison said to me before we started the show, the only reason that I am doing this is because I get to be a part of the dog visit. So we're going to stretch this out as far as we can. And Allison wants to just stop talking and just pet the dogs. So what we want to know is who's with you today?
I have my little girl, Nixie. She's our middle one of three.
Nixie?
Nixie.
Beautiful.
And I have Alex.
Hi, Nixie and Alex. Seriously, it sounds like a Walt Disney title for a movie. So thank you guys for bringing them. And we also want to just talk a little bit about some of the work that you do with the dogs, with Covenant House Alaska and other nonprofits. Okay. Go ahead.
We typically visit, before pre-COVID, we went a lot to Rite of Passage. And that's where Nixie, usually the one I took with me there. And it was just a tremendous opportunity to support the youth, young adults. And we would often go in and just visit people in the common room. And she would sometimes put her feet up in chairs, sometimes they wanted to climb in the chair with her, and she would. And we'd get on the floor, and they would circle around her and just start talking, start sharing.
And so obviously we're allowed to pet these dogs.
Oh, she would be offended if you didn't.
Allison?
She's definitely in the pet position, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I've just been reminded that I want to make sure that I recognize the organization, National Crisis Response Canines. Tell us a little bit about the organization, Melissa.
Well, National is a nonprofit organization based in Oregon, and we have a twofold mission. The first mission is we serve and help people through the connection of dogs to build resilience and help with recovery with people who have experienced a crisis, young or old, middle, youth, anybody. But then our second mission is that we support responders as well who are daily working with people in crisis, so we support them as well.
Oh. Multi-tiered,
Yes.
multifaceted. Well, all I know is that when we were starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, as more and more people were becoming vaccinated, we were having conversations about our volunteers. And what was the first thing that we wanted to kind of accomplish, Allison?
And the young people, bring the dogs back, right? You know, and as well as the staff, right? We also benefit from, you know, the love of a pet. I worked really hard to try to do a service dog myself. I have a greater appreciation for what you do, to love these dogs and love them in a way that they then serve. But the young people were so excited, and I was really excited to see you guys walk back into the building.
Yes.
Walk back into the building.
And so the other thing that I want to really kind of just acknowledge is that among all of our volunteers, again, many of them are in the kitchen and they're in the clothing closet and they're outside raking the leaves and pruning the bushes. These guys, just their presence is their job. And they do such an amazing job at it. And we're so, so grateful. So many of our youth benefit from the healing power of Four-Legged Furry Friends. And I just want to, I guess, say thank you and ask you if you have any closing comments about the work that you do and the kids that we serve.
For me, it's just a privilege to come, to be there, and to see just being present with our canines, to watch how they interact with the youth, and to see the youth open up.
Wonderful. And are they always on leash?
Yes.
And when they're not at work, are they always on leash?
No. No,
And-
they are your typical dog. They love to chase balls, choose sticks, and get into lots of trouble.
And do they know when they're not on leash that they're not working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
If
can
I would
we-
take the harness
Can we
off her,
take one
she's-
of them off leash now and just let them play for a minute?
We're technically not allowed to do that. When they are in harness, they are working. And so we can't really do that at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. No. Okay. Listen. Here's the thing: is I haven't broken a rule in 2 hours, and so now I'm looking for one that I can break. This was my first try. So it's
These
no,
guys
it's no
would
problem.
love to break the rule with you.
And she would love to take it off.
Right?
Absolutely.
So tell us just really quickly, since we have another minute or so, other organizations that you guys work with when working with the dogs.
Well, throughout Anchorage, we've worked with the Anchorage School District, with OCS, the DAs, STAR, Victims for Justice, the Child Care Center. We work with the airport.
Wow.
Now, many of these
Wait a
places.
minute. What are these guys doing at the airport?
Oh, well, at the airport,
I've got to
we.
back away, maybe. Just kidding.
Well, travelers are stressed. You'd be surprised
Yeah.
how many are traveling for not so fun or happy reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, somebody's going to tell me in my ear how much time we have left, and if we have some more time. So we just have 1 minute. Allison, do you want to say anything about the dogs, or Henry, or organize a play date?
Well, we would definitely meet you at the dog park. He has definitely learned to love, Henry really was, the intention was possibly a service dog for the facility, just because we know the value of it. And then we also realized that we don't have to do everything. We have amazing partners that can bring it on. I don't have to raise a service dog, which is really, I think it's a little more than even my CEO job, is getting Henry in line for that. So, but I have a great dog that, just like that, just loves to be around.
Thank you, Allison. And thank you guys both very much for being here.
Thank you.
Another important volunteer role at Covenant House Alaska is that of the mentor. And so please enjoy a little mentor video that we put together for you. And we'll see you back here after that.
My name is Ashley Lally, and I'm a mentor with the Rites of Passage program at Covenant House. I've had a lot of different experiences, and I wasn't really sure what to expect. I wasn't sure if she needed guidance or not, or just wanted someone to talk to. So I kind of came prepared to do it all, but it really was just opening her eyes to like what is out there, what support can be out there. There's just, job searching and interviews and resumes, just very basic things. Or it was just talking about siblings and little annoying brothers. So really, I think it depends on the person. I think it could change from mentee to mentee, and you just have to be open and willing to see what their needs are and try to rise to meet them. And Covenant House does a great job with having, I think it's the third Thursday of every month, mentor activities. So it's something you can put on the calendar, which is important for someone like me who's really busy and need that consistency. No matter what happens, I think that she doesn't feel like I'm judging her or that I'm trying to change her life in any way. But I feel like if she was in a pickle or in a tough spot, that she feels like she could reach out to me. And I think that's probably at the end of the day the most important part of the relationship. On top of the impact that you feel for yourself and for others, it's fun.
The role of a mentor is to show them that there really are adults out there that are responsible, that really care about them. Typically, I spend about 2 hours with my mentee about once every 2 weeks, and we typically go to dinner, where we can sit across one another and really connect, and I can share my challenges with him and he can share his challenges with me. That's about it. I was given a really good deck on the first first allocation of the cards, so to speak. I had a great mom, a great dad. I should be grateful for what I do have, and because not everybody gets that deck, right? That hand, and try to give back to them, and make a couple things in their life go their way as opposed to the opposite direction. You reach a phase where it's important for your being to feel like you're giving back, and that a really meaningful and very simple and easy way to do it is to become a mentor.
Linda Gallagher, and I volunteer as a mentor for the Covenant House here in Alaska, specifically for the Rites of Passage program. That's a program for the youth that have kind of aged out of the typical Covenant House and are now learning how to live and work on their own. We were teaching a class on budgeting, and it was, you have this much money, you have these little chips of money, and you have these little chips to spend. What are you going to spend things on? And one of the options you could spend things on was gifts. And this one gal says, well, I don't need to worry about gifts because I'm going to take my food stamps and I'm going to go use my food stamps, I'm going to buy groceries, and I'm going to make cookies. And I was like, wow. I just hit me so, where are you coming from? So I tried to help the person, and I said, so, well, what if you no longer qualified for food stamps? Oh, I just go hit up the food pantries in the city and find the same thing. And so it's just the mindset of where we're coming from, meaning those of us that haven't had those challenges, and where these youth are coming from, it really hit home. It's like, wow, that's all they know. For me, it opened my eyes. I had no idea all of these youth were struggling like this. I had no idea how many were kicked out of their homes simply because of a sexual orientation, or maybe some sort of disability that they had. And so they're just left on the streets by themselves to try to fend for themselves. And how hard that is to struggle. I never would have understood that. So for me, it was just like, wow, really need to appreciate what I have and what I've been given.
And we are back at the Discovery Theater live at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. We have had 2 action-packed hours. We have seen Alaska Native dancers. We have seen puppy dogs. We have seen lots of messages from our local, state, and national leaders. We've had amazing conversations with some powerful people. I'm going to go ahead and note they were pretty much all women, and they were pretty much all women of color. And so we are sitting in a position today in Anchorage, Alaska, and we really, really thought about this program, and we pulled together the most important, influential decision makers of our day in our community, in our state, and really in our region, and they're all women. So it's pretty amazing. And right now we are on our last interview, and that is with Sophie Minnick, who is President and CEO of Cook Inlet Region Incorporated. otherwise known as Siri. Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Joe. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. And Allison Kerr is here with me. And as we've done before, I'm going to facilitate a conversation. Each conversation has some overlapping elements, and each conversation has gone in its own direction. And so, Allison, if you want to kick it off, we're going to take a couple of minutes, introduce yourself. Then, Sophie, you will do the same. I'm going to tee up a topic, and you guys are just going to chat.
Oh, that sounds great. Again, my name's Allison Kerr, and I'm the Executive Director of Covenant House. And, you know, I really do believe now that this whole thing is arranged so that I get to see the most amazing, powerful people in our community that I've loved to work with for many, many years. And Sophie is no exception to that. I think, again, we started when we were teenagers, not to date ourselves, but there's never been a time when we found ourselves, Covenant House, in a situation where we were in need that I wouldn't pick up the phone and call Sophie, and Sophie always answers, always responds. And while, you know, our organization is based here in Anchorage, Alaska, we serve young people from all over the state, but Siri has been amazing and responsive for many, many years. I do believe in looking at it, every year there's been a contribution made by the Siri Corporation to Covenant House, Alaska, since we opened. So that is just significant. So welcome, Sophie.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you.
So, Sophie, just tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and maybe a little background on Siri itself.
Sure. Well, again, it's a pleasure to be here and to see both of you, and what an amazing organization to be here for. So, as Allison said, I'm Sophie Minnick. I'm President and CEO of Siri, which is one of the 12 Alaska-based regional Native corporations, and we are divided up because of the land that we own, and that's what divides the 12 regions up. But before I get into Siri a little bit more, I've been president and CEO for Siri for going on about 9 years. I've been with Siri, though, for 27. So as Allison said, I started when I was in my teens.
Right. We were young and in the workforce.
Just kidding. But today, besides running a rather large corporation that has over 9,000 Alaska Native shareholders, I'm the mother of 2 children. I have a 21-year-old daughter that's aspiring to be a commercial pilot, and I have a son who just graduated last week from high school and is getting ready to go into an apprenticeship program. I'm one of my mom's 11 little Indians.
Wow.
Yes. So I happen to be the youngest, and I was the first to go off to college, which is hard to imagine, but all of my siblings, you know, are amazing in their own right. And my mom, God rest her soul, would be amazed to know what we've all achieved. She came out of Fort Yukon, Alaska, and you know, she grew up in a time where she wasn't proud to be Alaska Native. And so I grew up not even knowing, really, I was Alaska Native.
Oh, interesting.
And so the journey to where I am today has been remarkable, and there's so many times I wish I could have that conversation with my mom to say, Mom, look what happened as a result of our being Alaska Native and the things that we have to be proud of. There's still more work. This beautiful city of Anchorage, it's in our backyard. And so we have a portfolio of various investments that we invest in, but like all of our sister or brethren ANCs, we're charged with a mission of providing socially, culturally, and economically for our shareholders.
Got it.
Well, certainly our decision to support Covenant House is an easy one. One of our philanthropic pillars of the organization is to protect and provide for those most vulnerable in our community, and certainly our youth. That's our promise of tomorrow. And so everything that we can do to provide and promote and protect our youth in their situations, whatever that situation is important to us to do. And so, you know, homelessness is another avenue we tend to focus on, as well as hunger, and then youth education. And I think Covenant House checks all those boxes.
That's so nice.
And it's just rewarding. And then on a personal note, and I know Allison has heard this, is that you just never know that fine line that's going to find you as a youth homeless and perhaps, having to not live in your protection of your own home anymore. And that's happened before in my family, and I was heartbroken that they didn't feel comfortable reaching out to family for help. But I was blessed that they found their way to Covenant House.
Right. And Allison, would you just talk a little bit about the ways that we partner with CIRI and kind of just the history of your relationship with CIRI and Sophie Minnick and some of the things that you guys have maybe done and accomplished together?
Do I get to talk about the really big fish I caught when we went fishing? No, really big, really big. It's an amazing thing. I mean, I feel blessed to have partners that show up, when asked for our young people. And CIRI has always led with that, right? A commitment of, their support. And I'm glad we check all the boxes, right? But I've also, Sophie and I have had those conversations where I always say from my friends too, I'm glad Covenant House is there. Because if the young person doesn't feel safe, then we will be there for them. And, that has been something that through the years, I just feel like we're honored to touch many young people's lives. And we see them turn those lives around. And we see them also then reunify with their family many times. And so that's something that, over the years, starting as a teenager, it has just been, real, right? We have a very real relationship. We have, there are times that we've needed more. There are times that we've said, we're okay this year, You guys are going through different things and you need to make different funding decisions. But in the end, it's a relationship.
Right. Right. And, and I was just sitting here thinking, because now Covenant House has served the youth of this community for 32 years, we don't often know where they end up, our young people, but it's very likely, that there could be or has been a former Covenant House youth who has come through the doors of CIRI to work there. And so it really does come full circle for many of us. And something else I want to talk about, which is something that I don't want to kind of surprise you or, take you aback, but it shouldn't be a surprise, that we have a really robust board of directors. And is it okay to say out loud?
We've still been begging. She had some boards to get off of, we call people on the spot right here, right?
So you should have seen this earlier.
You put in the hot seat on a whole new level.
It's only happened a couple of times today. We did it with Tote. We did it with Donlin Gold. And I want to just hear about your perspective of that type of giving back, and what boards maybe do you serve on, and why is it important as an executive to give back that way?
Well, there's, obviously some board roles that I serve on that benefit the corporation in perhaps open doors for opportunities for investments or partnerships and of that sort. But there's also those that I serve on that really help to support and promote our philanthropic efforts. And I think that that's the case with a number of our employees in the organization. One of the things I'm most proud of at CIRI is the values by which our organization, our employees, our board of directors, and everybody is expected to exude in their time at CIRI. And with that is unity, respect, excellence, and more. And being a part of the community on serving on a board is an important part of that. It's that giving back. It's that paying it forward. And, it also takes us out of the corporate world and puts us a little bit into the reality of what's happening around us, which I think is really important this day and age, because it's easy to just kind of shut the door and focus on what you're supposed to, but it's more enriching as an individual to experience that and have a hand in it.
So what you're saying really, to the community at large is there's a whole nother set of things that you do rather than run your very significant organization, and that those things are important either for the enhancement of certain things that you're trying to accomplish, and they're also great for our soul you know, and the philanthropic elements of what we do as an organization. And I mean, I'm super grateful that you have considered, and my understanding is that you've said, you know, that you would strongly consider, you know, doing the Covenant House Board, and we're looking forward to it if it happens.
Okay.
And so,
I had promised my
He
friend.
really did not
I
script
have
this.
promised my friend I will do this.
You
So-
did?
Yes, I
She
did. I
said.
promised my
Okay.
friend.
Well, the only other thing that I have on my notes to talk about really are just any kind of cultural things that are important for us to remember, that we want to introduce our young Alaska Native people to as they come through our programs. And how do we do that, and why is it important to do that, and what does it mean for them in the long run?
Sure. Well, I think, Joe, if I can, I just go back a little bit. You know, where are we? We're sitting in Anchorage, Alaska, and, you know, to really start with a cultural nod to where you are is to do a land recognition. I mean, the Covenant House, the municipality of Anchorage, we're sitting on Dena'ina land. They're historical lands. And, you know, it's up to all of us to respect those lands, to respect the resources that come from those lands, because that is what, you know, has made our area such a great place to be. And it's, you think about the people that came before us and how they had such great stewardship over it. It's our responsibility to continue that on. And so, you know, the Covenant House sees a lot of kids from around the entire state of Alaska, and what a great, rich, cultural gathering of individuals. One of the unique things about CIRI, which many may not know, is that we don't have just one homogenous group of shareholders. Because when CIRI was formed, the Anchorage was already a major city with, you know, military bases. Exactly, it was the melting pot. And so in fact, many people thought that CIRI would fail because we didn't have a homogenous group. We didn't have like-minded people. Instead, I think it's really added to, you know, the diversity of the organization, the difference of thought, and the value of cultural surroundings. So we as an organization like to perpetuate that culture in all of our stakeholders. You know, our employees, I'm so excited. Just recently, we launched a whole cultural program on our internal website at work that has all kinds of resources to go to. In fact, I personally just clicked on one yesterday and listened to a podcast that I just thought, you know, I have something to do while I was out gardening. We have various programs that we do for our shareholders, and you know, there's so much more, but for our youth, to have something that they can be proud of, and that they can, you know, the day that I could see our youth super proud of their Alaska Native culture will be the day that I'll rejoice, and I'll be thankful, and I'll smile, because it's been a long time coming, and it's just something to celebrate.
That's
wonderful. It is who we are.
That is wonderful. And it has been such a pleasure. I really think that we're going to start doing this once a month.
Yeah.
We're just going to have like a live stream, podcasty, video chat.
I get to interview you next.
You can interview us.
Totally.
You can bring your lovely pilot,
be on your
daughter.
website.
There you go.
It's going to be awesome.
Sounds like fun.
Well, coming up next, and I forget my camera. Which camera? Not
Just
sure.
look at both.
Oh, got it. Coming up next are some special videos from some special supporters of our programs and our kids. Please enjoy. We'll see you back here soon.
Hello, Alaskans. I'm Governor Mike Dunleavy in Juneau, and I want to thank you for inviting me to the first ever Covenant House Alaska Telethon. This year has been tough, but the resilience of Alaskans never fails to inspire me. One of those Alaskans is Nisha Rivas. Nisha is an EMT who's dedicated her life to taking care of others. But there's a lot more to Nisha's story, and I hope it will inspire you the same way it inspired me.
I'm Anisha. I work for Team 1. I'm an EMT. I work down at the emergency shelter, or the mass shelter down at the Sullivan Arena. I was a teenager. I had issues with my parents, and I ended up at Covenant House for a couple of months. someone who is experiencing homelessness is there's a way. There's always a way. There's a way out, and you have to work at it. My point to somebody experiencing homelessness is, I've been in your shoes. I've been where you're at. I might have not stayed at a shelter like Sullivan, but I also lived at Covenant House. I probably wouldn't be where I'm at today if I didn't have the support that I had.
Aisha is one of many incredible Alaskans my staff and I have had the pleasure of meeting as we press forward on this important issue. I thank her for taking the time to share her story of resilience with the people of Alaska. I also want to thank all of you for your advocacy on behalf of our homeless and at-risk youth. For many, Alaska is heaven on earth, but as you know too well, it can also be rugged and an unforgiving place. The work of prevention and recovery is often a thankless task, but it couldn't be more important to our state's success. So thank you again, and I wish you many years of successful telethons.
Hi everyone, my name is Ariane Audette. I'm from Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm currently in Portland, Oregon, studying to become a medical doctor. The Covenant House has such a special place in my heart, and one of the reasons is because of the way that I grew up. I grew up living in and out of homeless shelters with my dad and my mom and group homes for youth. When generous people like yourselves donate to shelters like the Covenant House, you might not realize the huge impact that it has on kids. But I remember clear as day living in a homeless shelter with my dad in Tacoma, Washington, and I was dreading the first day of 4th grade because I knew that all of the other kids were gonna come in with brand new school supplies, backpacks, clothes, and I wouldn't have anything like that. We couldn't afford food that week, let alone to buy a whole bunch of new school supplies. But I still remember clear as day, the director of the homeless shelter at that time had come and said that she had a surprise for all of the kids. So we raced into the common room, and then laying out on all the tables was brand new backpacks filled to the rim with school supplies, and I got to pick out one for myself. I remember crying that day because I had something to show off with pride on the first day of 4th grade, and I was so grateful. As a kid, that little gesture from a stranger who donated those supplies made such a huge difference in my life. I actually still have that backpack to this day. It's a purple Columbia backpack, and I will never get rid of it. School for me was always important to me because I viewed it as my way out of poverty and to create a new life for myself. Fast forward 10 years later, and I found myself in a position I would have never dreamed of. In 2016, I entered and I won the Miss Alaska USA pageant. I had the privilege of representing the great state of Alaska at the National USA pageant. Since then, I've continued to persevere in academics and in life, and I hope to inspire other kids that find themselves in similar situations to keep pushing forward. You never know when someone's going to donate funds to buy something that was exactly what you were needing at that time, that you thought was out of reach, just like a school backpack. So please consider donating to the Covenant House today, either by calling or donating through their website at covicares.org. I promise you, these donations make such a huge impact on people's lives, just like it did mine. Thank you.
Hi everybody, Lisa Souter here from Beans Cafe and the Children's Lunchbox. Want to just say thank you so much to Covenant House and to all of their supporters for helping them do the very important work they do every day to help at-risk youth in our community. They're a great partner for Beans Cafe and Children's Lunchbox. In fact, I'm standing in front of our newest collaboration. It's kind of a secret. We haven't really announced it all yet, so you're getting the sneak preview. As you can see, we've got the Covenant House logo, Children's Lunchbox. We're going to be taking food out to our community together. We're going to be employing young people, giving them education and training and job opportunities, and feeding the vulnerable. It's a great collaboration. We work so well with Covenant House, and we value everything they do. Thank you so much. Happy 32nd anniversary, and I hope the telethon is a huge success.
Is this her camera? Both of us.
We're live, Joe.
Hello, and we are back at the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, and I really, really enjoyed those messages. Thank you, Governor Dunleavy. Thank you, Ariane, and thank you, Lisa Souter. How about that, Lisa Souter?
That was great. I didn't get to hear all the videos, but I heard yours, and I really, it is a great partnership, and you run an amazing organization in which we now have young people that are working in service of serving foods and some of our communities of most need. So it's a great partnership. We're very excited about it, and
Love the food truck.
Love the food truck.
And really, and Allison, we just have a few minutes before we kind of go and move on to the next thing. And I want to do a couple things here. One is acknowledge the people that have called and donated. Thank you so much. The phone bank volunteers have just been thrilled to death, and our kids are going to really be thankful as well. Two, want to thank the people that helped set today up, the staff and team at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, and as well as the donors who set up this the beautiful conversation set, Scan Home and That Feeling Co., our event sponsors, our Cornerstone sponsors. If we've forgotten to say your name, believe me, it's printed somewhere on a sign and it's rolling through some of the content. And I want to go back to Lisa Souter's video. That program, the food truck program, is all about bringing services to the youth in their space, where they're at. And I think that we could talk we could talk a lot about that, or we could have a light show.
Yeah, right.
A light show is always fun, but when the lights go up and down, it does make me want to get up and dance.
I know, right?
So if it happens again, I'm out of this chair.
I know, me too.
And I'm dancing around the stage. So meeting youth where they're at. So let's talk about continuum of care and how Covenant House has transitioned into different types of models of service over the last 30 years.
Yeah, when I first started Covenant House, we actually were one primary service, and that was the emergency shelter, which is now, I would say, a higher purpose. It's Willowa, where we'll be having our reception. But we had one service, and how the organization, how we've grown, is really based on what youth needs have been. And as we are developing partners, what we have been able to do is expand our housing reach with young people as partners are delivering some of the services that we used to as an organization really try to have as staff, right? So I started a $1 million organization now, $10 million organization that each year, on each night, there's right now about 165 young people that are sleeping safely in Anchorage, either in their own home or within one of our programs, transitional living or shelter. So we've really, we've evolved. Yeah. We've evolved as the needs have changed with young people. We've evolved as we've learned, right? We learned that young people don't have to experience a shelter in order to be appropriate for housing, right? So we hope as a strong, organization that we have been able to share with others this culture of learning, that as we learn from young people, we change, right? And that's just an important aspect of what we do, and the narrative.
And so we've heard from a lot of different people today who support the work that we do. And these people are making some pretty big decisions. They're making decisions in government, they're making decisions in private enterprise, they're making decisions in philanthropy. And I was in an interview setting a couple of months ago, and one person asked the question, how do we tell the typical person in our community why it's important to support this particular mission? And I'll say it my way, and then I think that you will very likely have something to kind of add to that. And what I say is, all you have to do is look across the aisle at your church, or look down the street at the park or the playground. Look at the kids that your own kids are interacting with, and those are our kids. And our kids deserve the support that it takes for them to move into a successful place in their life. You may not get to see our kids in our space because we promise them safety and sanctuary, but they're in your community before they get to us. And what we really, really want all of you to know is that there's a razor thin line between the kid that doesn't need us and the kid that does. It takes one horrible thing to happen to that kid's family. It takes one incidence of connecting with people who are bad influence, and that kid is done for the moment. So really, every kid that you see could be one of ours, and they're all of ours.
Yeah, you're going to make me tear up. I think that what I would add is just what a privilege it is to walk through that space that we have created as a community. And as we walk through that space, we see the young people, and we get to be with them on their journey, their most vulnerable time in their life, but also we get to celebrate with them. We just recently had a bunch of young people that were graduating from high school, and it was so great to participate in as they are getting their high school diploma. And you know, as Sophie said, her kind of fantasy is that this world will be a safe space for young people. I can't wait until our Youth Engagement Center, we so change the narrative that it is known as an education and employment center that offers housing.
Right.
Our young people deserve for us to lift up that narrative, and I work hard every day for that, and I am so privileged to work with 122 of the most amazing people. And I will say thank you, as I hear her in Joe's ear, that the development team and really putting this on and getting out of the box with our thinking, it really is the first time that I've seen many of our partners actually in person. And no joke, it was my best day for being able to do that. And, you know, and thank the development team. They are very organized with this. Thus the reason why they made him do that part, because I would have a really challenge with following all my cues. But anyway, it's a great
thank you,
space.
Allison. It's been wonderful, and thank you for sharing the day with me. And right now what we're going to do is cue up a video that was made by Covenant House International with our very own housing team and outreach teams. And please enjoy.
So I have a youth who would constantly, she was with Office of Children's Services, and a lot of the time she wouldn't come in here, so I would always have to meet her outside. And one of the times where we were doing outreach, we were walking around, driving around, just talking to youth. I haven't seen her for a while, so I was a little worried. And then we saw this person laying on the side of the road. We pulled over just to check and see how they were doing, and it was her. And one of the things that went through my head was, what are you thinking? There's a space, there's a place for you to go to, and why are you choosing to sleep outside? And so I learned at that moment that it wasn't my decision to make to tell them what they needed to hear. She just looked at me and said, nobody is listening to what I have to say. Nobody is hearing me out. And so I think that's what I took out of it, is she just wanted to talk and she just wanted someone to hear her story. And so that was really neat. And I learned that really early in my career here at Covenant House, that they don't want us to come and change them. They just want us to come and listen and be that support as they make those changes for themselves, not for us. Because we can't make them change. They have to make it themselves. So that was one of the really, really neat experiences that I had. And it impacted me a lot.
My name is Michael Blockson, and I'm the outreach supervisor here at Covenant House, Texas.
My name is Tavai Holt. I have been with Covenant House for 7 years.
My name is Charles Watkins. I'm the Outreach Services Manager, and I've been here for about 5 months now.
Hola, mi nombre es Melvin Martínez. Estoy en el programa Calle de Casa Alianza.
Well, what we do is we actually prepare daily, 5 days a week, to make sandwiches and to go out on the streets for 4 to 5 hours a day to make sure that we reach out to those individuals that might not know about Covenant House.
Different things like that. Then we kind of make sure that we're identifying their needs. A lot of times we want to make sure that they had their social security card, driver's license, ID, and birth certificate, because that'll help them definitely applying for jobs and different things like that. So we want to make sure that we're providing that first. And then we want to reach out to different organizations or different departments within our organization to get them connected to career services and educational services or seeing a therapist to make sure that we're helping them.
But one of my main focus is creating that relationship with them. So making sure that we have an open space, our door is open, and that we are always available to just be that ear and
Nosotros, el equipo, por medio de lo que es una metodología lúdica, realizamos varios recorridos por diferentes zonas de Tegucigalpa y Comayagüela, donde ellos se encuentran, como ser parques, semáforos, bulevares, contenedores de basura debajo de los puentes. Los niños se encuentran ahí realizando diferentes tipos de actividades para poder sobresalir. Unos están limpiando vidrios, otros son vendedores. Podemos ver que hoy podemos encontrar a un niño que está vendiendo cacahuates, otro día está vendiendo agua o hoy en día mascarilla, ¿verdad? Muchos de ellos están haciendo lo que son acrobacias en los semáforos y otros solamente están pidiendo dinero. Todos estos niños, muchos de ellos, perdón, han sido víctimas de lo que es una explotación sexual, víctimas del trabajo infantil e igual muchos de ellos están internos en lo que es el consumo de las drogas.
Certain people will be in certain areas. If it's a Friday, they'll be in certain areas. And then all the people that we coordinate and collaborate with, they'll let us know also, hey, can you come by here? We have some youth hanging out. Even some of the homeless older adults who are too old for our program, they'll call us and say, we got a young kid out here. They should not be out here. They're pretty much in danger. Can you come and get them?
Every day I try to come in, I pull them off to the side and just try to give them some real knowledge about, everyday life, moving forward with things they're trying to do. And I try to have an impactful moment with them every day, just because I know I definitely can understand some of the struggles they go through. So I try to pull them off to the side and have those type of moments with them, because a lot of times they don't get to have moments where they get to talk freely and kind of open up about their own lives. So each day I kind of come in here with the mindset of what kind of impact can I have on a youth today? And whether it's small, big, any type of impact I'll take.
But during COVID, we learned that, we were told that we couldn't go outside anymore.
So we have to make sure we can do some of the same things, we just have to do it at a distance now.
Well, I can definitely say it has impacted outreach work, just because we have to go about things in a different manner. But first and foremost, we always try to make sure that we're following CDC guidelines. We're preaching to the kids about coronavirus and the importance of wearing a mask and social distancing, and just giving them that type of information, because a lot of times we do have homeless youth that we serve, so sometimes they're not able to get that information. So that definitely changes stuff. We want to make sure that we're protecting our staff and also protecting the youth as well. So that has changed in that aspect.
El último año ha sido un poco difícil debido a lo que es la pandemia, pero no hemos dejado de ir a asistir a los niños que sobreviven en calle. Seguimos haciendo recorridos, seguimos haciendo lo que son nuestros abordajes, obviamente tomando en cuenta las medidas de bioseguridad y todos los protocolos que nos han sido dados, ¿verdad?
It's been nice to be open a lot longer than we normally are, and that we've been able to spend more time with them instead of them just coming in, getting what they need and just run, and we don't see them. But it's been neat. We get to spend more time with them and get to learn more about them.
One of my impactful moments was we ran across a young man who was actually living under the underpass in one of the street outreach areas that we, confer to. And as we ran across him, he told me that he wanted to go to California to enroll at UCLA. And when I told him that he could do some of the same things here in Houston and we could get him enrolled in the local university if he didn't mind. So he accepted our offer and he came with us, and He ended up going to Houston Community College for a year, and he transferred to Texas Southern University, which is a local school, 4-year university here. We got him enrolled, and he actually graduated in 3.5 years. So that was a very impactful moment of changing somebody's life, and he actually didn't know whether he was going to make it or not.
And we are back, everyone. And I hope that you enjoyed those messages as much as I did. And really, this is the time of the day when I want to just bring the thank yous back around. We want to say thank you to the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. We want to say thank you to Scan Home for providing today's live set, that Feeling Co. for the greenery, and we want to say thank you to the 2 local artists that have provided the original artwork behind me, and those would be Annie Brace from Corsico Graphics and Terry Linseth. So both of these paintings are available in our online auction, and this is something that I want all of you to know that we understand. There are lots of auctions. You don't get to go and actually touch the things and look at them up close. But believe me, they're the same quality as what you would have seen at any of our live events. And if you go to coveycares.org or look in the chat on the YouTube live stream, you will see the link to the auction. They will be available until 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. So we would really like you to go and take a look. And next, we have a performance by Kat Moore singing Wanderin'.
Hi, I'm Kat Moore, again, the forest that never sleeps, and I'm coming at you now from my own home to share a song with you about empathy and understanding. So for many of us, we came from a safe, happy family with a stable home, and it's sometimes hard to understand what others have gone through. But I hope that tonight we can all reach deep into our hearts and try and understand what all the youth here in Alaska have been struggling against, and find the most gracious part of our heart to help on their behalf, and help support Covenant House and the work that Covenant House does to provide solid, stable places for Alaska youth. His hair blowing in the wind. He's out wandering again, searching far beyond the fringe, searching for the man within. Far away, his heart aches on the shores of dried up lakes, far away from the mountains he calls home. Miles from her reaching hands, miles in those distant stands, far away, but he's never alone. Her hair freezing in the wind, she's out wandering again. Will it ever climb past 10? Frozen the state that she's been in, and she's waiting for the glow to melt away the snow. Sun of spring that will finally lend some heat. There's a heart deep below, it still beats, and now she knows, and she's longing for the day their arms will meet. They've been wondering again. Does this wandering make them kin? bind them like the roots of aspen groves. For there is strength in a bond that grows a whole life long, a gentle peace like the murmuring of doves. That's the feeling they call love. That's the feeling they call love. We are all wandering, my friends. Thanks for sharing the love tonight, and thanks for tuning in.
And we are back at the Discovery Theater in the lobby at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. We are visiting our phone bank of volunteers once again. We have been up and running for a little over 3 hours. I swear it feels like it's been 3 minutes. And we have seen all sorts of incredible activity, and the phones have been ringing, and we are so thankful to you, our community of donors. And what I'd like to do is tell you a little bit about what's going on here with our volunteers. And I'm just going to move down here, and I'm going to say hi to Pat. Hi, Pat. How are you? I am excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here, Pat. And how long have you been involved with Covenant House? About 5 years. 5 years, Pat has been involved as a volunteer with Covenant House. And oh, Pat visits with her dog. She gets like huge points for being a person with a dog. And thank you for being here, Pat. Trish is here. Hi, Trish. How are you? You don't look old enough to have been volunteering for 5 years. Oh, it really does kind of show that there's a continuum of, volunteer activity at Covenant House. Welcome to our family. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Okay. And we're going to come down and go past Grace Green because she's on the phone. And we're going to go to Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Hi, Joe. How are you? How are you? Are you a volunteer with us? I am, yes. I'm a volunteer mentor for RLP. Kristen is a volunteer mentor at our Rites of Passage program. Is it rewarding? Absolutely. What was the last thing that you guys did? I actually went on a hike last weekend to the Butte with the person I'm mentoring. And we had a great time. I'm going to just do the microphone over here just so that you can share that one more time.
So last weekend I went on a hike to the Butte out in Palmer with the young lady that I mentor, and we had a blast.
That is really wonderful. It really is about co-parenting, reparenting, and creating a village around our young people. And so any interesting calls that you've received?
We're just getting started. I just came in recently. We did get this one recently.
So I'm just going to read a few of these, and then we'll chat with Grace Green. And then we have a prize to draw for. So Jean Roberson called in $500. Deborah Lamb called in $200. And Robert Lee and Peggy Lee called in $100. And I just want all of you to also know, it's not about the amount that you have them write on your pledge form. It's about the fact that your name is now connected with our mission. And so it can be $10, it can be $20, and of course, anything that you can do to help is really important. And so Grace is filling out a form, and Grace Green is here. We do? Oh my goodness. Grace Green is the president of Tote Maritime, also on our board of directors, and she's also just a good friend of Allison's, mine, and she actually co-hosted and co-emceed our most recent live fundraising event, our Fire and Ice Ball from 2 years ago. And so Grace has a number of forms here. Amy and Jason Miller, Julie Sullivan, Carrie Bustamante, $500. Andy Hoffling, I don't believe that's Hofling, called in $200. And
Getting a pledge right now from Isabella Bartow.
Isabella Bartow is about to pledge $500. That is amazing. If you wish it, it will happen. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to ask Anna, who is a volunteer Vista with AmeriCorps from Texas, living in Alaska on an adventure and working with our volunteer services coordinator at Covenant House, Alaska. And she has just brought over a drum full of paper with names on them. And if you registered early for our Night of Covenant House Stars event, which starts at 4 p.m., and the link will be in the chat section of our live stream event, then your name was entered to win an iPad generously donated by our technology sponsor, GCI. So if I could get a little bit of a reminder on how much time we have, then I'm going to spin this. And Anna, I'm going to ask you to come over and help me. I'm spinning, spinning, spinning. And I'm going to stop. Anna's going to open the door. And I did register early, but I'm not actually allowed to win. So if my name is, go ahead. If my name is on there, you have to put it back. And here is the name. Oh my goodness. It's our very own Kathy Mund. And Kathy has been working at our Passage House program for 20 plus years. Here, keep that. Kathy, we know how to get a hold of you. And we want to encourage you again to please share the link out. And I'm going to look at my note cards because I'm not sure exactly. So we're going to transition to a couple of pre-recorded messages from very special supporters. I hope you'll enjoy it, and we will see you soon.
Hi, I'm Dave Bacher. I'm the Director of Pastoral Ministries here at Covenant House. I just finished my 60th winter in Anchorage, and if there's anything that's changed my view of Anchorage the most, it's the time I've spent working here at Covenant House. There's a sign not far from here as you drive into Anchorage that says Anchorage welcomes you. Well, what does that mean to a homeless youth? I have a lot of hope for the homeless youth of Anchorage. At Covenant House, Alaska, we work hard to put an end to youth homelessness, whether it's helping an individual discover their next steps in becoming a thriving part of our community, or working with our partnerships to end homelessness. All that takes a lot of hope, and I have a lot of hope. It also takes a lot of empathy for those who live in the margins of our community. What a great thing to hope for.
Hi, I'm Lisa Aquino, CEO of Catholic Social Services here in Anchorage, Alaska, and I'm so honored to be here with you tonight. Here in Anchorage, it's May, and the leaves are just starting to bud on the trees, a sign of hope. Tonight is all about hope as well. I'm honored to talk to you tonight about Covenant House, Alaska. Catholic Social Services and Covenant House, Alaska have been working together for decades to address the issue of homelessness. In addressing it, we don't just want to find one-time solutions for the people that we serve, but really support them in finding long-lasting stability, addressing trauma, and finding solutions. We're so proud to partner with Covenant House, Alaska, and so inspired by the work that they're doing with youth here in Alaska. Thank you, Covenant House. Thanks to everyone tonight.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Lisa. It is really important and special to hear such meaningful messages from our community partners. Now you're going to hear a few more messages from people who you will recognize as being an integral part of the Covenant House family.
Hello, my name is Carletta Mack, Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Covenant House International. And prior to my current role, I was Chief Operating Officer for Covenant House Alaska. I've had the honor and pleasure of working for Covenant House for over 26 years. Today, my mom and I live in Maryland, and even though we no longer live in Alaska, Alaska will always be home.
Hello, my name is Mildred Mack, proud mother of Carletta Mack. I'm retired, having worked for Covenant House for over 13 years, the best job I ever had. Every day that I went to work, I was fulfilled. I can think of many young people that I'm so proud of. I'm proud to have worked with as a case manager. I'm fortunate that even after retirement, I am still in touch with some of them. They have shared with me that what they appreciated most was the unconditional love they received at Covenant House. I am grateful that Covenant House will always be a part of our lives.
It has been such an amazing blessing to follow my mother's footsteps at Covenant House. For me, the most important lesson she ever taught me was unconditional love, which is core to Covenant House's mission. When I think about resilience, that's what I think about. Covenant House builds relationships with young people to not only support them, but to help them realize what is possible. Our young people are amazing and full of hope and promise. That is why we are here and so grateful for the support that Covenant House Alaska receives from its community. Thank you so much.
My hope for the youth is that no one goes hungry and that they'll come through our doors and feel safe and comforting and get good nourishing food. Hi, I'm Shawn Dinkins. I'm the kitchen coordinator at Covenant House Alaska. Well, being from a large family, my mom and dad had 9 girls and 4 boys, 13 siblings, and I just, we all love each other, so we're really close. So I want to see that for the youth at Covenant House, even if we can just help one. That is really important to me. My family were really loving. We brought up cooking, and I just want to share and give back to the community that way. The most rewarding part of my job is being able to have my staff and myself teach the youth culinary skills so that they can take out into the real world and help them when they cook for themselves or their families. That would mean the world to just be able to give the youth a place to go and to start out, a stepping stone. Because they have to learn somewhere, and a lot of them don't have that stability. And at Covenant House is what we provide. Knowing that the youth are safe and not out on the street cold and hungry. That makes me, the long days worth it.
Hello, we are back in the lobby of the Discovery Theater at the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. And this is really kind of the time when we really are going to give you the biggest push of the day to make the phone call. The phone number is on your screen. The phone number is here on this banner, 907-339-4230, or go to coveycares.org. And I'm here with Grace Green, who is president of Tote Maritime, also a member of our board and just a longtime friend of Covenant House, and Allison and myself. And she has something that she wants to say before we let you go.
Thanks, Joe. I'm so excited to be here. What a great opportunity for everybody to get involved, make a pledge today. The number, again, is right down here in front of me. You can also go to coveycares.org to make your pledge right now. You can also call, again, maybe you get a chance to talk to me or one of the other volunteers today. The important thing to remember is that Tote Maritime Alaska is matching dollar for dollar every pledge that comes in up to $50,000 today. So not only do you get a chance to make your money count, but we're going to double that for you. So it's a super great opportunity. Call me right now. Call me now.
Call her now. Okay, guys, that's it. And I want you to enjoy one more final performance from the incredibly talented The Forest That Never Sleeps, and a song titled When I Was a Child.
Hi friends, Kat Moore here once more, The Forest That Never Sleeps, singing in honor of Alaska's youth tonight for Covenant House Alaska. This last song I wanted to share with you, I wanted to bring in as much light as possible because it feels like a very hopeful song. And that's what I hold in my heart for all of our youth here in Alaska. This next tune is called When I Was a Child, and it's written about my own childhood in Pennsylvania along the Delaware River. And this is sort of a song that I'd like to dedicate tonight to all of the youth here in Alaska, in the hopes that they may find a safe, happy, healthy childhood. And I wanted to say thank you so much for having me be a part of this. Thank you to Covenant House for doing the work you do. And thank you for you all for tuning in tonight and supporting. I think through our support and Covenant House's amazing work, we can help to ensure that dream for all of the youth here in Alaska. This is called When I Was a Child. When I was a child, I made nests out of dry grass, and I was the last one back to class after recess. When I was a child, when I was a child, I was a happy one, indeed I ran wild, riding bikes into the blue of the neighborhood, in the woods outside my home. So roll, river, roll, river, roll, river, carry me back. Won't you roll, river, roll, river, roll, river, ferry me home to the days when we swam in the Delaware, abandoned all cares, washed downstream like all those fallen leaves of autumn in my childhood home. Unknown are these days, winter's blanket and all our bleary eyes, waiting for the day the sun will soon shine, like when I was a child. So thaw, river, thaw, river, thaw, river, your water set free. Won't you thaw, river, thaw, river, show your beauty to me. Oh yes, roll, river, roll, river, deliver my heart. Oh yes, roll, river, roll, river, and help me to start to be more like a child, full of wonder, understanding, and care. Back to the days before those boundaries were there, building walls round our fears. Let me hear that young voice, hopeful-hearted and brimming with choice, never thwarted by those storm squalls of treason. We commit on our hearts, or to be more like a child. Help me love more like a child. Help me love more like a child. Let me love like a child. Thanks so much for listening, everyone. And thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you to Covenant House for the work you do for our youth here in Alaska. And I hope we can open our hearts and our pocketbooks tonight and just remember that every childhood deserves to be beautiful, safe, happy, full of wonder, full of awe and promise. So here's to that dream and realizing it together. Thanks so much again. Thanks, Covey.
Hi there. My name is Heidi Hubert, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Covenant House, Alaska. I've been with Covenant House for almost 20 years now. As a child, there were occasions where I needed to stay there myself, and the staff encouraged me to never stray far from my path. Every day I see young people who've lost their homes, friends, and sadly sometimes their families. There are times where I can't believe what I hear. And I think that there's no way most of us would be able to get out of bed with some of those experiences. But every day I see young people get up and go to school or work. They help each other, they help us, and they're fierce advocates in this community. Most of the time, I see joy, even when there's no reason to. That kind of resiliency shows me how strong we can all be to fly far and true, just like an arrow.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan. I'm the president and CEO of Covenant House International, and I'm so grateful that I can join you tonight for the Covenant House Alaska Telethon. This has been an incredibly tough year, one that has separated us, a year that's been filled with sickness and death, a year that's made the work of Covenant House Alaska so much more difficult. Young people facing homelessness and hunger and a lack of opportunity have turned to us time and again, and we've been able to be that sanctuary for them because of you. Thank you for standing with our young people in the midst of this pandemic and making our mission possible. I promise you that the minute we are on the other side of this and I can travel again, I'm getting on that plane to Alaska. And the minute that we touch down and I get off that plane, I'm gonna kiss the sweet Alaskan earth. It is my favorite place in the United States. And then I'm gonna hug every single one of you. It's been too long. My friends, thank you for standing with the young people of Covenant House, Alaska. Thank you for believing in them and making safety, love, and hope possible in their lives.
Hello, my name is Josh Lowers. I am coming to you from my home office here in Anchorage, and I've been with Covenant House for almost 10 years and started out as a street outreach worker and have worked a number of different programs and really have just fallen in love with the young people that we serve and our mission and the work I get to do every day, and just love it. And I'm finding myself becoming more passionate about it every year. Initially, I had planned to share a story of resilience for you all of a young person who had escaped a trafficking situation. But this morning, I got a text about a young lady who we knew very well for a number of years who passed away last night. And that got me thinking about a different type of resilience this morning, and that's the resilience of our staff people. Every single day, our staff show up for young people, young people who are hurting, who have experienced horrific things, who have experienced the injustice and many injustices of our city, of our society, and just horrific things within their homes. And every single day, our staff people show up, and they show up with their whole selves to care about young people, and they learn their favorite color, and they learn that they like macaroni and cheese, and they learn about these hard things that happen to them. And then sometimes we lose them. We lose young people to suicide. We lose young people to murder. We lose young people just to death on the street. But yet, our staff people keep showing up every day, and they mourn, and they recover, and they show up again for the next person. And so as I think about resilience, as I think about this mission, as I think about what keeps me going every day, part of that is being inspired by the unconditional love of our staff people every single day.
And just like that, our time has come just about to a close. We want to say thank you. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the volunteers at our phone bank. Thank you to the sponsors. And thank you to our community partners who have shown up today for Alaska's vulnerable youth. It has really been an adventure getting to this day. And without the hard work of so many different people, it never would have happened. I want to personally say thank you to my development team staff. Each and every one of them is a force in their own right, and they work together as a team to pull amazing things like this off all the time, actually. We want to say to our viewers, if you need more information, if you want to find out how you can help beyond your pledge today, please go to coveycares.org and or covenanthouseak.org and find out how you can volunteer, things you can donate, etc. But for today, there is still time. Please call the number on your screen. It is listed here on the banner, 907. Geez, you'd think I would know it by now, Grace. 339-4230, or go to coveycares.org. Please look in the chat section of your YouTube live streaming platform to see the link to Night of Covenant House Stars, which starts just shortly at 4 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. There you will see outrageous powerhouse performances by the likes of John Bon Jovi, Dolly Parton, and the outrageous talents of Audra McDonald, Carpathia Jenkins, Broadway stars, among so many more. And our own Jewel, who's also doing a performance for the Night of Covenant House Stars. So I think that is all that I need to present to you for the moment. And I want to leave you with one final performance of the Super Saturated Sugar Strings and the Covenant House Alaska staff. This is a very, very special video that was made with the help of lots and lots of talented people. And it's a tribute song to our youth from our staff. It's outrageously cool. So please enjoy that. Please enjoy the rest of the show, and we'll see you at 4 o'clock for the Night of Covenant House Stars. I'm signing out. Thank you.
Sometimes in our life, we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, then we must know there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have things you need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You're just a cold only brother when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. If there is a load that you must bear, that you can't carry, I'm right up the road. I'll carry your load if only you call me. 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 Call me.